Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is Collapse Talk with your host, Gabriel Morero, and I hope y'all have been having a good couple weeks, at least, the wrap up to the summer. For any of you students out there, you're going to get back into classes, and at least, my classes start next week. So I have a lot to look forward to. It's like the last stretch, and I mean, you know how some things are with life, you're in the last stretch of something, and that's usually sometimes the most difficult. So I just hope everything just continues without a hitch. But then again, life is never like that. But anyway, I at least wanted to get a recording out, especially with some recent developments. So at least, have something for this, at least the last month of events. I don't know how consistent I'll be with the recordings. I mean, I'm only taking 2 classes, so it's not like, I'm going to be occupied all the time, but it's still, going to have to study to make sure I get my grades up, and also just work and making money on the side, because now I have more of like a part-time retail position. It's like with the university bookstore, so I'm like directly working with the student textbooks and such. And I'm doing well with that, actually. I mean, it's a regular part-time job, whatever, but it's just nice to work at a position where I'm competent at. I've been impressed with myself, like how quickly I'm catching on to things, because most jobs I've worked at, especially like this sort of like blue collar labor, especially with like warehouse, like accounting and such. I'm not working with money, but that's sort of a logistics and organization. I've been catching on. So, initially this is like a temporary position. Like that's what they initially said, but they kind of made it clear that they are looking for more permanent hires, and I've been making a good impression. So at least for the next couple of months, I can get more permanent time at this place. But yeah, I mean, I'm still going to look for, at least with these career fairs, just for other opportunities, more professional opportunities. I don't know what work I would do, because I mean, I'm going to be a history major with a communications degree or minor. And so I don't know how I'll be able to market that, because I understand that I'm going to have a professional job, a big boy job, but I still want to have time for this sort of side work, because this is important. This is what I want to invest in, and what I want to build. And I'm actually about to. This recording is episode 49, so I'm like very close to episode 50. And it's been a couple of years since I started this, and of course, I still have a long way to go with this sort of production. Like, there's a lot that I need to learn, especially with like social media management. But I'm in no rush. I sort of like keeping things low key and casual, because like I don't know if I would want that kind of level of attention and fame. Like I'm not looking for clout. I'm just like doing this work and then letting this fan base grow naturally, organically. And I'm trying to record. Honestly, like, I've been having to deal with a lot of background noise, like with the neighbors and their dogs and stuff. So hopefully I can at least get a recording in. And then my cat is, she's like sitting right at the microphone. I'm trying to keep her from like biting on the wires. What do you want? Okay. But yeah, that's just like some little life updates. And again, like at school, at work, trying to, just keep the finances in order. I mean, it's whatever, it's life. But as I said, with like professional sort of opportunities, it's like I never really thought I would get to this point. So when I was younger, I just like didn't care about it. Like I didn't really put much thought into it. But now that I'm here, I'm like, oh, now I should start networking more. I don't know. I mean, like, things have been so unstable. It's like, who gives a shit? That's the mentality I had when I was younger. But now that I'm at least starting to reach the end of this college career, then yeah, I need to look further, and especially hope that I can find, when I network at these either career festivals or whatever counseling I can do at the university, hopefully there's some out-of-state opportunities, because I need to get out of Texas. I need some escape route, and this cat needs to back off the mic. Okay. But yeah, otherwise things have been well. The cat's healthy. Yeah, she's happy. And just, at least, and also like I've been able to fix up my car finally. I found like this like really cheap mechanic. Well, it was like me and my mom, we found it together, but like it was so crazy, because I spent like pretty much the whole year with, just with an expired registration, just to be honest. I know it's like super illegal, but I'm just like, I'm poor, like, and I have to save up, like, I was trying to save up like $2,000 for it, and this guy's just like, oh yeah, we'll patch it up, a couple $100. I'm like, oh my god, because some other mechanic would have ripped me off, but no, this is like, this Mexican guy just out of his shed just patched me up, and now I got my registration back, so that's good at least. I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, this is like what it means. Like, you're dependent on like a car. Like, literally everything. If my car fucking broke down, still, like, I'm still worried about my car. But it's like my life literally depends on it, and it's fucking ridiculous. Literally, like, this is how like messed up our infrastructure is. Because like all my groceries, like in terms of distance, is like pretty much like no more than a mile away, which normally wouldn't be a problem, And I wouldn't mind like taking things, just walking to that place. But the problem with our infrastructure is that in between from where I'm living and the Kroger, that's where I usually go, there is a freeway, a big ass freeway, I-45. Get off. Okay, that's the cat. Please get off. There's an I-45 freeway, and so, and that, there's like a little shopping area. So it's like all the major retailers and all the food places. It's like it's all there, but of course you have to cross this little freeway. Not little, like this freeway. So, that's pretty much the only driving I've been doing for like pretty much the last years. Just getting groceries whenever I got paid and then going right back home. And that's pretty much it. So now I've been able to fix up the car, and now I can do DoorDash again, make some side money. So I do need to have more discipline with that. But yeah, at least I'm trying to hustle. But again, these fucking jobs, they don't pay. Everything gets more expensive and the wages stay the same. Like, DoorDash, this fucking company, they haven't really made any changes on like their base pay. The base pay is still like $2.25. It's ridiculous, man. It's honestly ridiculous. I mean, I like, and it's so funny whenever I use DoorDash, like the app, whenever like they have the tip screen, like whenever you can manually put the tips in, they always put like a photo of a DoorDasher. And it's like, oh, well, you see, Jorge, he needs some help. I mean, 100% of your tips go to the workers. And I'm just like, bro, how about you raise the base pay? Like, I don't know, man. Again, it's like you see some ads on TV where it's like, become a DoorDash driver. And it's like super glamorous. Like, yeah, you can set your own schedules. Like, it's such a fucking sham. It really is. Get off. God. It's such a sham. Wow. But again, that's the whole point of the gig economy is like you don't have a choice. You have to work. You have to get out and deliver. And it's I don't know, man. I mean, I'm going to talk a little later about like certain economic woes that we're dealing with. But it's just like this is purely unsustainable. But again, there's no drive to make a reform. And then, of course, you hear from like, especially from like liberals, like suburban liberals, it's like they understand that there's like an economic injustice, but it's like the changes and the reforms required. It's like they're so like hung up on the capitalism, like that's what it is. Like they don't want to step away and like shake up this like neoliberal late stage capitalist system because they directly benefit from it, and so that's what they're just going to maintain. And then, of course, there's some other aspects as well, as we'll talk about. So there's, the economy, sort of wealth redistribution issues that are dealing with that I'll talk about later. But this also directly affects, as we'll talk about in just a moment now. Dude, I'm going to put this cat in the room if she doesn't stop. My God, please stop. So, there is the wealth redistribution angles and like sort of workers' benefits, those sort of questions to be had. But then also, again, I'm talking specifically with like these yuppies, suburban yuppies, and this is either liberal or conservative. They are just hung up on their status quo because their comfort and their, lifestyle is more important than social justice and economic justice. And also, as we'll expand on, there's aspects as well when it comes to environmental justice. So as we've all been listening and hearing from like the last week or so, there was a terrible tragedy in Hawaii, in the island of Maui, where this devastating firestorm broke out in the city of Lahaina. And it's the worst fire disaster in modern American history. I mean, this is, and they're still recovering, and they're still finding bodies. So this is still like a very like fluid situation that's occurring. There's people, like, it's an island, so like supplies to get in, especially after like a disaster of this scale, it's going to be difficult. I mean, there's so much going on with this, and it's really just tragic. Like, this is sort of like Hurricane Katrina, like response sort of controversy, because there's so many things on the ground that people are saying. And of course, I don't want to spread any misinformation. I don't want to be all conspiratorial about it. Of course, there are some things moving in the underground. Like, I'll talk about it, but this is something that's really like symbolic, because really what we're seeing here is the culmination of this colonialism, because that's what Hawaii is. It's a colony, even though people say, no, it's a state. It's no more a colony than California or something like that. But it's a colony. These native Hawaiians, they had their land stolen. This is a military occupation. I mean, mainly for the harbor of Pearl Harbor. That's like the main like projection of Pacific power for the U.S. Navy. I mean, there's so many things that goes into this. But yeah, Hawaii is a colony that is occupying the indigenous peoples there. Of course, I would understand, at least, because I'm from an island as well. So island people, they're more easygoing. It's not like they're gonna hate all white people, because like there are white people there who have that Aloha Spirit, as they say. So it's not necessarily like an ethnic thing, but yeah, I mean, like, this is what it is. I mean, they took it, and they incorporated it into the greater United States. But really, it's just like a tourist haven. That's another aspect of it. And so, as they're saying, especially with Lahaina, and there's so much history in that town itself, because it served as a capital for some time for the kingdom, the kingdom of Hawaii. And it's so crazy, actually, because like that's one aspect of history that I really would like to learn more on. Because like I've read stories about the King Kamehameha and his unification of the islands, and it's really like, it is so hardcore. It's truly like, because this happened in like the 1700s, early 1800s. So he was, like having this like great war of unification of the islands that is like truly legendary, like mythical stuff that you would hear in like some ancient, like, sort of like the Iliad or some sort of like ancient mythology with warriors. But no, man, this happened here. Let me see here. Kamehameha, the first of King Hawaii. He was born in 1819. Oh no, he died 1819, excuse me. So yeah, so like 18th century, early 19th century, and they had Captain Cook come along and all that stuff. And so it's just really interesting to me how like recent this sort of history is. And Hawaii was certainly considered, from what I understand, at least before the overthrow, because they had like these plantation lords take over, pretty advanced, and at least for a non-like European, like non-white society, like they had certain influence. They were certainly remarkable as an indigenous kingdom. So it is something. It is sad to see that it got overthrown and taken over by these plantations, and then the U.S. Navy comes in. Anyway, so Lahaina itself has a lot of history. Again, this is sort of like a spiritual sort of attachment that the indigenous people have. Again, like Americans, white Americans, they don't really understand like the importance of like living on your land. Like, it's not just like somewhere that you live. Like, this is where your ancestors have lived and died for thousands of years, or at least in Hawaii they colonized it like the 1200s, 1300s. So, but still, it's like, this is our land. This is where we live. This is where our people have lived and died, and they have an actual like spiritual connection. And then it's getting bulldozed for these resorts, for golf courts, and all this other bullshit, for U.S. bases and such. And again, it's truly not like fully understood for a lot of Americans. So like when you say things like "don't vacation in Hawaii," they're like, "Why?" They get so entitled, and this is what I mean about these yuppies. Like their vacation, their honeymoons and such, it's more important than these people being colonized and actively exploited. Because like the tourist industry does not benefit the local economy. It doesn't. Like it's heavily subsidized from what I understand. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that you could talk about. So, I'm not fully knowledgeable on that subject matter, but again, that's like pretty much the whole point is like corporate colonialism, where these like multinational shareholders, they buy up the land, they build the resorts, but then it goes straight to the pockets of these shareholders and not to the local economy. So, that's something that I like truly want to think about, because like I wouldn't mind visiting Hawaii, because I mean, it's Hawaii, man. It's a paradise, Who wouldn't want to visit Hawaii? So like I understand why people would want to go, but it's for those like self-indulgent, like purely just like consumerist needs. Just like go to Hawaii, and then you go to these like, they have the luau's, right? But it's like a Disney event, Again, like Disney has a resort. it's crazy. It's like from what I understand, especially with like the luau's and the hula dancing, because that's a very like culturally and like spiritually significant. Like it's an event, it's not just something that you like, oh, let's just have a luau. Like, no, it's like, it's a very, very important, event for their culture, dance, there's like storytelling involved. So yeah, there have been observations of that where it's become fetishized, where it's purely just like, cause these white men, right? They see like some brown girl in a palm leaf skirt, shaking her hips. Oh, that neuron in their head. Oh, woman. Oh, but they don't understand and appreciate the spiritual and cultural connections that dance has. So that's just one example. But again, in Lahaina, they have this town, this historic town, all these different shopping, because like it's a shopping center, and they have, they're like one of the Fleetwood Mac members, like has like a restaurant. So it's just whatever, it's a run of the mill tourist beach town, right? And then as they're saying, because I mean there's still reports on how exactly events have unfolded, what they're saying at least is that, well, first off, because they had this hurricane or typhoon, it's like a Pacific storm that was miles off from the island, so they weren't hit by the storm directly, but it was enough because like the storm level was like category 4, so it was pretty strong. So the effects of the storm were causing high winds, and those high winds, along with this vegetation that had been dried up because Hawaii had already been in a drought, significant drought, it has the perfect ingredients. And then also what I've sort of read up on is that, and again, this goes back to the colonialism, because another aspect that's misunderstood about colonialism is the ecological effects. So the islands of Hawaii, they have their own specific ecosystem, plants and animals that are perfectly balanced for those ecosystems, very delicate. And then of course the Hawaiians, when they came through, they brought their own species. So it's not to say that there wasn't a complete disruption. It's not like only white people have disrupted the ecosystems. But the thing about with white people, because when the Hawaiians did it, say when they bring, as I understand it, like pigs, right? They were the Polynesians, right? So they brought pigs, most definitely. That was for sustenance. They would just release those pigs, so that way they would have a source of food. When the white people started colonizing it, they bring their animals for sustenance in a way, but it's also for like fiscal reasons, for financial purposes, like cash crops, or even just like leisure. Like I think there's a deer, there's like a species of deer that are like that have been introduced into Hawaii just so that they can hunt it, like those sort of aspects. So along with that as well, because they would bring, say, like pineapples, right, or some other tropical fruit that they can grow for agricultural purposes. that was initially, especially with the plantation eras, they brought those things. But then with the tourism, they bring plants just for the aesthetic, which of course, like you might bring like a palm tree, which like naturally would grow in that ecosystem, but it's not the right species, or like grass, especially like grass is like a big factor. Imagine like bringing Bermuda grass to like an area that it never developed in. So that's like the main aspect here that they've been highlighting, that these invasive species, especially with grass, vegetation, they don't belong there. So, they're not used to the conditions, at least, especially with this drought that occurred. And so it was dried up. And then what they're saying, at least, because they're saying it's either a transformer due to the high winds. So they're saying either a transformer or a power line that fell or exploded, and then it sparked the grass, and then the high winds basically fueled those flames, and then it became like a tornado. Like there's some accounts saying that there was a fire tornado, but yeah, just overwhelming the town. And again, this is a beach town, so all the leaves or all the buildings, they're all wooden. So yeah, I mean, they had no chance. And then they're also saying, because again, this is where it starts getting to the conspiracy territory, where they have like tsunami alarm systems that are earthquake systems, like alarm systems, but they didn't have them activated for the fire. So again, there are many who speculate as to why that was the case, and I'm not going to get too deep into that. But again, there's also like the class action lawsuits that are occurring due to the energy company that was in charge of that. I think it was like Hawaiian utilities, or it's just like the Hawaiian state utilities. Yeah, they're getting sued because they were told to de-energize because they had those high wind alerts and the fire watch alerts, because I mean it was already a pretty significant drought. So like, this is the thing, like with these sort of events, and again, this is still like a natural like disaster. That's how we should characterize it. There's still like a lot of things that like line up together where there could have been preventative measures in place to make sure that it didn't get out of hand. I mean, this is like sort of reminding me of, the California fires, and there's like Pacific Gas and Electric, right? Where they're also getting sued because they didn't de-energize their systems when there were significant, fire alerts and weather warnings. So, yeah, this is, again, it's a tragic event. And, it's like, it's this sort of thing where, like, because people were minding their business, I mean, again, these sort of situations people don't see coming. They don't wake up one day and they're like, oh, there's going to be a apocalyptic firestorm that's going to engulf our town. Like, nobody wakes up like that. So what they're saying from like a lot of accounts that I've read, and again, this is a beach island or a beach resort, right? A beach town. So people are in their shorts, people are wearing flip-flops. They're just hanging out. And then suddenly there's a fire and it engulfs the town. And again, so this is, I just can't imagine the panic. Because like people had to like jump into the ocean and wade in the water to avoid the fire. And they're saying that like people have drowned in the bay, people have burned or at least asphyxiated from the smoke. There's some accounts of people like driving through the town as it's burning, and then like one video there was like a lady on the ground, and they're like we can't do anything. And of course, this is on Twitter, so like people were saying, oh, they could have stopped and they could have helped. But honestly, it's like, this is the thing about these sort of situations, survival situations, because I'm not saying they shouldn't have stopped, because, that's a judgment call that they had to make in the moment. But like, there's so many moving parts that are happening, because it seemed from the video as I was watching it, they were in like a narrow street and there's like a line of cars. So even if you stop for like maybe even 30 seconds to check on the lady, you don't know if the people behind you, they're going to try to do something, and then you don't know like about the fire, because I mean there's smoke everywhere, so you can't see the fire. You don't know if it's like gaining on y'all. Again, some people, they act like in these sort of crisis situations, survival situations, that they would be the hero, but it's like, that's where self-preservation kicks in. Of course, this is not me saying that, oh no, I would ignore somebody, dying in the street. I mean, I would try to help if I felt that I could do it, but they felt that they couldn't. So it's just, It's sad. And even then, you're in a car and you pick somebody who's like incapacitated, and then eventually you're still going to have to make a decision whether, because like these people had to abandon their cars. Like they literally had to, like they were on the seawall because it was like the last stretch of land that wasn't engulfed in flames, and then they had to jump into the ocean. So it's like you have this, incapacitated woman who's non-responsive, and it's like, what do you do? And then you're going to have to abandon the vehicle, and you're not going to take a passed out person into the ocean. That's a huge liability. So it's just like, there's all these factors. And again, in the moment, you're just like, they felt what they had to do. Again, it's tragic. The whole situation is tragic. So I'm not saying that it's a good thing. Like it's not. It's just that everything is just messed up. But anyway, that's what they're saying. And there also, I heard some accounts where some people were saying that because Hawaii has like a lot of homeless people. And they were saying that some homeless people were literally like screaming and like caught on fire. I mean, it's tragic, man. This is like horrific. Just hearing these accounts, and they're making their recovery efforts. And I think now the toll that they've counted is 106, and that's most definitely going to continue to rise. They've said that they've searched about 30% of the land, the affected area. Like it's completely devastated. And again, these are like burn victims. So these remains, they're not easy to identify, and they've been able to at least get some DNA profiles. But some of these people, there's just not going to be able to identify them. And it's just like, there's just going to be no closure. They're saying like about over 1,000 people are still missing, which I don't think 1,000 people died. I hope not. That's fucking horrific, dude. But it's, yeah, man, it's crazy. Just this whole situation. So I at least want to just touch up on some few pointers. This is reading from the CBS. So this is their article on this. And again, this is like the deadliest wildfire disaster in more than a century. So yeah, this is a really bad situation. And like this town is never going to be the same, unfortunately. So continuing, the ongoing search for victims of the deadliest U.S. fire in more than a century continued in earnest Tuesday on the Hawaiian island of Maui. At least 106 people have been confirmed dead in the blaze that destroyed most of the historic port town of Lahaina, one of several fires that broke out in Maui on August 8th, but hundreds more remain missing. So this wasn't the only fire in the island of Maui. There's multiple. But yeah, like this is just unfortunate. Speaking Tuesday at an event in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, President Biden said all federal resources were being made available to Hawaii. Quote, every asset they need will be there for them, Mr. Biden said, quote, and will be there in Maui as long as it takes, end quote. Mr. Biden said that his administration is, quote, surging federal personnel to Maui, quote, to help the brave firefighters and first responders, many of whom lost their own homes, their properties, while they're out busting their neck to save other people, end quote. The president said that him and the First Lady, Joe Biden, plan to travel to Hawaii as soon as they can. More than 400 FEMA agents have been deployed to the island. Hawaii Governor Josh Green said in an address Tuesday afternoon, along with another 273 National Guard soldiers. At least 27% of the burn area have been canvassed by search and rescue personnel with 20 cadaver dogs, Green said. About 500 hotel rooms have been made available, Green said, with 331 displaced residents already staying in those. The governor added that the state had also set up an Airbnb program with 1,000 available rooms or houses that will be covered by FEMA for use by both evacuees and first responders. The goal, Green said, is for displaced residents to be able to leave these shelters and get into stable housing, which is going to take a very long time. The Department of Health and Human Services have also deployed about 75 personnel along with a victim identification team, according to Jonathan Green, Deputy Assistant Secretary, Director of the HHS Office of Response. Approximately 3,400 residents have been registered with FEMA for economic assistance. Keith Turry, FEMA Deputy Associate Administrator for Response and Recovery, told reporters. So, yeah, there's a lot of responses here, and just reading some other numbers here. So they're saying at least 2,200, so 2,200 buildings have been destroyed or damaged. About 86% of those were residential. And then also, again, I was talking about the utility companies. Hawaiian Electric Company provides 95% of the energy in Hawaii. Yeah, this is all very tragic. Yeah, and let me see at least what's happening. So, I mean, this is all tragic, and there's they're talking about certain delays in like the distribution. Again, there's just so many things that are happening right now. I can't imagine the situation a lot of these people are in, because they lost everything. I mean, that's the fucked up thing about a fire. It just takes everything, and then a lot of the times you're just stuck with like literally the clothes on your back. Like, that is such a fucked up situation to be in. I get scared about a fire breaking out. And I don't mean like just like a huge wildfire, just like in the building alone. Like, how would I even respond? Because obviously I'm gonna have to take my cat. I don't know how. I'm just trying to think, how would I put my cat in a pet carrier as a fire is breaking out? Oh my god. Obviously if I was super desperate, I would just like let her run out, which is really sad to think about, because like I don't want to lose her, but that's better than burning alive. And then also like like the computer, like, because like my life literally depends on my computer, so like I'll have to save that, my phone, like any form of communication, and then just the clothes on my back. Like that's my like 30-second window, just trying to think like, okay, in 30 seconds I can probably save this. But again, that's just like, I've never been in a fire situation. Like, I've dealt with multiple natural disasters, mainly just hurricanes and flooding. So a fire situation, that's something else, man. That's scary. That's really scary. I would rather deal with a flood than a fire. I mean, it's still bad, but it's like, at least I can swim. You can't, and that's not to say that you should swim in a flood, but fire, dude, that is, you can't escape that. Like, that is scary. But anyway, so this situation at least is horrible. And, again, we're talking about like fire disasters, and they're saying, this is the worst disaster in more than a century. Of course, there was, I think, the Camp Fire that occurred where like 89 people had died. So like that was considered the worst. I mean, it's just crazy to think about, like hundreds of people, because that's probably what's going to get at. I mean, I would say it's probably going to get over 300. I mean, if it's over 300, that's crazy. I mean, I don't want to make it a numbers game, but it's still just like, it's very likely, because they're saying at least over 1,000 people are missing, which that's not to say that 1,000 people burned to death. I hope not. But yeah, hundreds of people are dead. Like, this should be an eye opening moment for a lot of people about climate change and this crisis that we're living in, because like they didn't expect it. They weren't expecting it, and then they just got their whole worlds destroyed in like the matter of like an afternoon. Their whole town. And again, this is like a historic town of like cultural significance for Hawaii, and it's just gone. And then there's the talk of rebuilding, and the speculations because again, like this is still, again, it's a colony, and there's tourism and developers want to move in. Now again, there's some people saying like, wow, why did this just happen out of the blue? And now the speculators want to move in. It's like, let's not, I don't want to go into that area of like this was arson, because like it's pretty obvious that this is just like, again, there's just certain things in place and are literally just needed a spark. Like, that was it. And as they're saying, there was a hurricane that was off the coast, high winds, power line burst, there's a fire. Like, that's, that's pretty much all you have to look into. And of course, they are doing the class action lawsuit against the utilities company. But yeah, this, it's like people want to make it that like, oh, there's a secret war going on and these corporations. Again, it's like, I appreciate that people are being conspiratorial, because, there are developers that want to take advantage of the situation, but it wasn't like it was an act of arson to kill hundreds of people and then they moved in. Like, they just saw an opportunity to move in because there was a natural disaster, not because they caused it. So, yeah. So, they're taking advantage of these people in a desperate situation. Developers, as I said, they're like the sleaziest people you can imagine. And yeah, there's already been talks of residents getting calls of offers to buy their land. So I mean, it's going to be tough. I mean, because like this place is never going to be the same again, and they're already estimating like the assistance that they're going to need is going to be in like the billions of dollars. Like I think somewhere like 5.5 billion or so. And yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think about like what's going to come down the line in terms of their recovery, because as from what I understand, at least with the Hawaiians, I mean, they have a very strong spirit. And they don't want to leave. They're just like, this is our home. And again, like this is literally their land, So it's like we can't leave. And that's like, it's just so crazy to me how like we've created a system where like people are forced to leave their literal ancestral homelands because these corporations and these resorts are just going to push them out for like, it's just unbelievable. Yeah, man. And again, they're already talking about just tourist activity, like there's still tourists in Maui. Like, it's crazy. Like, you would think this is a disaster situation. There's other islands you can go to. Like, I mean, they should leave the islands altogether. But you would think, hey, go to fucking Oahu or the Big Island. I think that's the Big Island's actually called Hawaii. I think. Let me actually see. Again, this is where I would like to learn more about the history of these islands, because there's so much to unpack here. But let me see. What are the island names? Hold on. So there's Hawaii, the Big Island, right? Then Maui, that's where this fire occurred. Oahu, Kauai, I hope I'm saying these right. Molokai, Lanai, Nihau. Okay, yeah, I don't want to be insulting, but yeah, I mean, they have all these different islands, and it's interesting also just like geologically, because like they're literally in the middle of nowhere, but it's just like a volcanic island, just like that formed, and like I think from what I understand, it's like a caldera, and it's pretty much like this caldera just moved on along the ocean floor. So that's literally like what the islands are. It's like just like different spots where like these volcanoes emerged out of the ocean. I mean, it's like a literal like mountain in the ocean. It's really interesting. But yeah, this island chain, again, they're dealing with the tourists, and they're saying also like tourists are like literally like swimming in the bay where people drowned and their bodies were floating. Like, it's just a complete disconnect, dude. Like, these tourists, like, they just need to go. I'm sorry, man. And like, I don't care about Hawaii being a state. It shouldn't be. Hawaii should be independent. And again, this also goes to other colonial possessions that the United States has, such as Puerto Rico, or Puerto Rico. It's again, same circumstances. You got developers, you got tourists and corporations moving in, trying to push people out. I mean, there's already like a whole bunch of talks about like beach access and such. Yeah, and again, like Puerto Ricans are being forced to basically leave their homeland. Again, Puerto Ricans, they have an indigenous ancestry. We Caribbean people, we have an indigenous heritage to these islands. So, like, there's a whole diaspora of Puerto Ricans in places like New York, right? Where they had to leave because you can't live there. It's too expensive. It's either too expensive, too violent. There's no job opportunities. It's like, again, this is what happens with colonialism. But again, you hear other white folks moving into these areas because it's like a tax haven, right? That's another aspect of Puerto Rico, where it's like a tax haven, or other like financial loopholes that they can evade because it's a U.S. territory, so it doesn't have the same laws. And there's also like other trade issues, because like with Puerto Rico, I think, hold on, let me see actually, because with Puerto Rico there's some sort of trade law where let me see actually. So Puerto Rico trade law, okay, trade restrictions, let me see here. The Jones Act. Okay, so let me see, this is just sort of off the cuff, but yeah, what is the Jones Act? Let me see here. So let's see here. So under the Jones Act, any vessel can enter Puerto Rico. In fact, many foreign vessels enter Puerto Rico regularly, importing goods from countries around the world. However, transportation of goods between two U.S. ports must be carried out by a vessel that was built in the U.S. and operated primarily by Americans. This law doesn't single out Puerto Rico. It applies to all U.S. ports, the only exception being the U.S. Virgin Islands. So, yeah, again, just the other restrictions that occur. And, I'm from the Virgin Islands, so it's, something that we had to deal with. But yeah, again, this just speaks to the colonialism and just the possessions that are affecting Hawaii, Puerto Rico. There's Guam, right? Wake Island. Of course, Wake Island is it's an atoll, so there's nobody that lives there. Well, I shouldn't say that because there certainly are some indigenous people on those islands. Hold on, let me see here. Yeah, American Samoa. Let me see, actually. Wake Island. I don't know why I'm Googling these, out of the blue locations, but let's see. Are there any indigenous people in Wake Island? Let me see. Okay. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's just like a sandbar. Okay. I need to get on track. But anyway, that's Hawaii. That's the Maui fire disaster and the response and rebuilding there. And it got me interested also with just other fire disasters that were, expanding on, especially historically. And I was reading, trying to research what is the deadliest fire disaster in American history. And it's really interesting, actually. So the deadliest fire in American history happened on October 8th, 1871, and it's called the Peshtigo Fire from Wisconsin. So October 8th, 1871. But it's also very interesting that day specifically because that's the same day as the Chicago Fire, which didn't kill as many people. Some estimates are, at least 300 or so. But the Chicago Fire is more remembered because it's a major city disaster that occurred. But it was just really interesting to me that they happened on the same day. And of course, one was, with the Peshtigo, Wisconsin fire, there was they're saying 1,100 people died. So that's crazy. That's a crazy amount of deaths. Meanwhile, the Chicago fire gets remembered because it happened in such a significant city. And yeah, it's crazy to think about. Anyway, but that's something to think about because, I live in an area and we're in a deep drought. So that got me worried about our conditions in terms of fire because we're literally in a red ban warning or a red flag warning, fire burn ban warning. And yeah, it's just everything's really dry right now. We need some rain, badly. I can't even remember the last time it rained, at least early June, and it's already mid-August. It's crazy. So we need rain badly. And I'll talk about some weather updates, at least towards the end of the episode, because they're saying that there's some storm developments occurring. So I'll have to keep an eye out for that. But anyway, so that's at least, because I was sort of, domestic, natural disaster reporting. But I at least wanted to talk about some more economic topics, especially with just the last year or so, because there's a lot of, and this is kind of circling back to when I was talking about yuppies, suburban liberals or conservatives, out of touch yuppies, that they want to keep this economic status quo in place that's very clearly unsustainable and not working, but they're the ones actively benefiting from it, so they have no interest in making changes. So this, at least here, as we'll talk about specifically with homelessness, it's very clearly unsustainable, very clearly getting worse, especially with the housing market and such. People are getting evicted, foreclosed upon. It's there's so much data that that explains why these sort of economic concerns are occurring, or economic disparities. Wealth disparity, credit card. Credit card debts are rising. It's over $1 trillion now. The loan defaults, student loan defaults, their student loan payments are going to resume, and people are already saying that they're not going to make their payments because they can't afford their payments. Yeah, But again, like, I don't, like, again, like, this is just so, like, there's no thought process behind it. It's just like, there's literally nickel and dime the American people to death. And then what? Like, what do you think is going to happen when people, like what? Is this going to continue until like 80% of the population is homeless? Like, is that where it's going to continue? Great it's just unbelievable. But again, that it doesn't matter to a lot of these like upper class people, bourgeois, petite bourgeois folks. It doesn't matter because they just want to make as much money as possible, hoard all the wealth. It's a fuck you, I got mine sort of mentality with our culture. So here, at least, and this is reading again from CBS, they're talking about homelessness. Homelessness has been on the rise, and it's just like, it's just, again, we look down on homeless people. I've lived temporarily, like just out of my car, so I've directly seen this crisis, and it's a serious crisis. It's like, I've seen some big encampments where I'm like, holy shit, like, this is unbelievable. I'm glad when I was living out of my car for a bit that I didn't talk to anybody, didn't get near anybody, didn't associate with any groups. I just observed, and I was just like, wow, it's a whole different way of life. It really is. And, sometimes you see, especially in my town, there's some homeless folks that they literally like just like hang out with each other because it's like, it's pure survival, like they have to group together. And I'm sure that they have their own resources, and I'm sure they bring their own money when they can. But it's like, it's really bad because like, this is a small town. So, there's I think 46,000 people living in this town. It's a small town, and yet there's like a pretty sizable homeless community. I just like, it's just unreal. And again, like the whole mentality is just like, just let these people die. Like that's literally the only like, there's no thought process of like, hey, we should get people off the street. It's just like, get a job or fucking die. Like that's literally like the mindset, the American mindset. Pull your bootstraps, right? But then it's like, you see some drug addicted, schizophrenic homeless person. It's like, who's gonna hire him? Are you gonna hire him? You're gonna give him a job? You don't think these homeless people want to work? But who's gonna hire them? It's like, that's why it's such a death sentence, because like, you yell at a homeless person, get a job, but it's like, okay, well then, see what happens when he walks into McDonald's asking for a job. They're gonna fucking boot him out. Like, even if you were like well-spoken, like of course like mentally like sufficient, healthy person, if you walk in visibly homeless, you're gonna get kicked out. It's just unbelievable. And again, this is me, talking about, I've had to deal. I don't mean to like bring up my daddy issues, but I've had to deal with him telling me, oh, you're going to end up in the street. It's like, wow, man, like this literally like tears apart families where you can literally look at your own son and say, yeah, you're going to die in the street and that's your fault. That's, hey, totally healthy thing to say to your son, right? So anyway, not to get too personal, but that's just like, that just shows the American mindset where you're literally willing to throw away your own children and you think you're being like benevolent, Oh, like I have to do this because I love you and the world's a cruel place, so it makes it okay for me to be cruel. Anyway, just to get at least on this article that CBS wrote. So 2 years after the pandemic aid ended, homelessness in cities and states across the U.S. is on the rise. Organizations that count homeless people have seen increases in the number of unsheltered individuals compared to 2022. The Wall Street Journal reported roughly 421,400 people were homeless in the U.S. last year, and 127,750 of them were chronically homeless, meaning that they didn't have a place to stay for a year or more, according to the National Alliance to End Homelessness data. Homelessness rates have been climbing nationally by about 6% every year since 2017, the Alliance said. The increase in the numbers of people without a place to live comes amid soaring housing costs and rising prices for essentials like food and transportation. The federal government sent $817 billion in stimulus payments to Americans, according to a New York Times estimate. But that lifeline ended in March 2021. Quote, "There's no cash coming in from the government anymore," Amy Quackenboss, executive director of the American Bankruptcy Institute, told CBS Money Watch in February. Quote, "There are several people who haven't been able to weather that storm." So, yeah, I mean, there's like all this information, and again, they stopped the aid, And it's like they just like arbitrarily decided, oh, COVID's over, and then all the aid stuff, all the aid, got shut off. Get back to work. Like that's the whole mentality. And we're like, and COVID never left. In fact, we're actually experiencing a surge right now. It's just like, wow, man. Like it's unbelievable that we killed more people because we're so desperate to open the economy. And I say that in quotes. But really, it's just like putting the workers into the slaughter machine because the bottom line for these billionaires, that's more important than people's lives. And that's why, like, again, like our death stats are like 100 or like a million, like it's just over like a million, but it's definitely worse than that. And again, there's like, they doesn't even count like comorbidities like, pulmonary or cardiac deaths, which are most certainly linked to COVID. It's unbelievable. And our life expectancy is dropping. So homelessness is on the rise. Life expectancy is dropping. And then also here, actually, let me finish this article because that's a whole nother subject that I'll get into. But let me see as well. Major cities avoided, this is again, the CBS, major cities avoided a tidal wave of homelessness during the pandemic because the federal government offered emergency rental relief, eviction moratoriums, stimulus checks, and other pandemic-era aid. However, with those protections now vanished, financially challenged Americans face daunting housing prices, with the national median sales price at $441,000 and the medium rental costing $2,000 a month as of May. So again, like literally everything is getting more expensive, more and more expensive, and the wages have not budged at all. In fact, like if you talk about, hey, we need to raise wages, like you hear all this backlash and like, oh no, you see, because well, the business owners, they can't afford that. It's like they can afford it, but you're more focused on their bottom line and their wallet than working people. It's like it's unconscionable. And this is why I like this country. To me, is just so evil that like they can justify this exploitation because average Americans have this mentality of they're going to be part of the elite class. Like that to me is more pathetic. Like then I talk a lot about revolution and the workers' empowerment. We have to seize the means of production and such. And of course, people treat that as a joke, but it's like, honestly, like, to me, it's sort of pathetic that there are people, like, not even that remarkable or impressive people that genuinely think they deserve to have, like, millions of dollars, like the fucking Bugatti and, like, all the fucking Gucci, Prada, whatever stuff, it's all luxury and materialism to them. And that's that's all they aspire to. Like, nothing higher. Nothing like philosophical, no ideology whatsoever, just consumption, luxury, materialism. That's all they think about. That's the American dream. And again, because this is like the main, like, I guess you could say zeitgeist, right? This is like the main cultural attitude that people have. When I talk about, workers' empowerment or wealth redistribution, it's a threat to them because that's going to get into their dreams of becoming a fucking millionaire, which is like stupid. Like it's fucking stupid. I don't know, man. Like there's some people, and I don't want to name any names. There's some people that are close to the family and such that are, they follow some questionable influencers, obvious scam artists, like Gary Vaynerchuk or whatever, that fucking like NFT ape fucking influencer. I don't know, man. It's just like, what? Like, dude. It's like, what are you doing? Like, but again, no, you got to be a hustler, man. You got to be fucking alpha male. That's the fucking mindset. That's why, I get so concerned about like revolution. It's like, it's not going to happen with this generation. Maybe the Zoomers and I think the post 2010 kids. I mean, future generations, they're going to be super radicalized because they're not going to have the same level of luxury and like, abundance, right? Because we're entering a very precarious economy. I don't know where I'm getting at. But it's just, yeah, man, the mentality here is just all out of whack. Yeah, too many people focus on money and power. And they're obviously never going to get it. But that dream, they're going to latch onto no matter what. And yeah, there's just going to be nothing to break through. So, that's like at least homelessness. And as they're saying, the COVID assistance, stimulus packages, rental moratoriums and such, that disappeared, and then people started losing their homes, and this is only going to continue to get worse. Again, like our economy can literally just collapse like next week. Like that's how bad things are. It's like any moment now we're going to have like a Great Depression level economic disaster. In fact, I read somewhere where one of the key investors, I forgot his name, but one of the key like stockbrokers from the Big Short movie, where he like pretty much predicted the 2008 crash, he bet again that the economy is going to collapse. So it's hey man, you know, it speaks for itself. Again, there's just so much data that explains why this is happening, but people don't want to fix it. Like they just don't want to do it. Like, no, you're struggling financially because you don't know how to budget. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm not earning a real living wage. You know, it would be a lot easier to budget and finance myself if I'm earning a living wage, which I've never had a living wage. Like the best paying job that I've had so far in my career is like $19 an hour. And I mean, you can budget off of that, you can work with that, but that's still like nothing, man. And again, you know, once I got fired, it just disappeared. Like all those savings were gone. So it's just like nothing pays, man. And everything's more expensive, and it's just fucking bullshit. It's all bullshit. But hey, you know, people need somebody to look down on, to feel empowered and like controlling. And that's why you see a lot of people like spitting at like homeless or, you know, other financially destitute folks, because there's this idea of, obviously, if somebody's rich and doing well in life, is because they're a good person and they're a hard worker, which is fucking bullshit. But, you know, some folks, you just can't break through to them because they've made up their mind that to them, their wallet, the dollar, is more important than people's lives. Again, as I said, literal like family. They're willing to throw their own family under the bus for some convoluted reason. Like, it's crazy. And again, there's so much data that explains why people like myself are struggling financially. But that's, you know, what would a bunch of nerds know about the economy, right? So again, just to continue again with some other stats, because this is very much linked to the disparities that are occurring. Because again, in a capitalist system, poverty is actually like really bad for your mental health, just surprisingly. But yeah, they're saying now that suicides have reached record highs. Like just like this is like unprecedented level of suicides that are occurring, saying about like 45,000. It's crazy. And they're saying suicides, drug overdoses, you know, they're classified as death of despairs because like you're literally watching your life fall apart and you're working as hard as you can. And it's like, there's no hope. You know, people resort to very, you know, desperate sort of situations. You know, that's why like a lot of people resort to crime because they're financially struggling. So, you know, it's like, oh no, we have to beat crime by funding the police. And it's like, bro, literally just make people's jobs like pay better. Like if people weren't struggling financially, a lot of the crime would go away. But it's just, no, we need more military police, you know? So yeah, so reading from CNN, reading here, so suicide deaths reach a record high in the U.S. in 2022. And as they're saying, okay, so I was off. So they're saying at least 49,449 lives were lost due to intentional self-harm in 2022. Nearly 15 deaths for every 100,000 person. So continuing at least from CNN, the suicide rate spiked in 2021, reversing 2 years of decline, and with the continued increase in 2022, rates surpassed the previous record in 2018. Last year's suicide rate, 14.9 deaths for every 100,000 people, is 5% higher than 2018's previous record high of 14.2 deaths for every 100,000 and marks a 10% jump over the 2 years. Quote, I think it's important to realize that we've seen these increases for many, many years, said Dr. Deborah Oury, the CDC's chief medical officer, on a episode of SiriusXM's Dr. Radio Reports that aired Thursday. Quote, there was a slight decline in 2019 and 2020, but really over the past 15 years, we've been on this trajectory, and I know we can prevent this. I know we can intervene. There's much that can be done, and I think it's destigmatizing mental health issues, realizing that many people are at risk, and it's not just mental health. Not everybody who dies from suicide has a mental health issue. It could be a precipitating factor that led to it. End quote. The CDC's National Center for Health Statistics compiles data that states and other jurisdictions report into the National Vital Statistics Systems each month. The latest update, published Thursday, represents a set of provisional data for 2022, but data won't be final until later in the year. Suicide rose to the 11th leading cause of death in 2021, and provisional data for 2022 shows the same. It falls just below chronic liver disease and above influenza and pneumonia. Firearms were involved in more than half of all suicides in 2022, the provisional data shows. A separate report published in June by the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions found that gun-related suicides were the driving factor behind the recent rise in suicides overall. The rate of suicides involving guns rose 10% between 2019 and 2021, but the rate for those that did not involve guns actually dropped 8% in the same time frame. White men, along with those 75 and older, were most at risk of gun suicide in 2021, according to the JHU report. Last month marked the first anniversary of the launch of the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, a transition from the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline to a simpler 3-digit dial code, 988. That's intended to be easier to remember, like 911 for emergency medical services. So yeah. But yeah, that's, at least their findings. And again, this is provisional data that they're seeing. And it just speaks to, again, this is a crisis that we're dealing with. I mean, again, you have a record homelessness, right? Homelessness would certainly, or at least the threat of homelessness would lead people to suicide. Like that's just one factor alone. It's just, things are not good for regular folks, Again, this is the thing about like coming from like a suburban area that I've lived around and like being exposed to a lot of yuppies who have never had to worry about their survival for like one moment. It's like, they'll see me struggling and you get this like feeling that they're looking down on you, but it's like, you know what, man, like fuck you, it's like shit's really rough out here. It's not easy. Like, and all you want to do is look down on people instead of helping. Like you think you're helping because you feel superior, I don't know, man. It's like, I'm kind of glad that I don't like live in my hometown. And again, this is not even my hometown. It's just a place where I went to school, I'm just glad that I don't live there. Because like, there's a lot of times where you deal with somebody, and again, like there's a lot of rich white kids that they just have this look of disgust in their face. Like I deserve everything that I'm dealing with. And it's just like, fuck you, man. The fucking elitism, This is why I just don't like that place. Anyway, not to get off topic, but, it's shit like this where, like, people are, like, dying. People are killing themselves because it's getting worse out here. And there's just no response to that. In fact, like, people who commit suicide, they're sort of, like, alienated because they're seen as, like, cowards, right? Like, oh, you took your life and look what you're doing. You're committing all this harm and damage to your family, all this pain and trauma. Because, you can't endure life. And it's like, that's like the worst way to address somebody who's suicidal. Because like, it's not an easy decision to make. And, I don't want to get too personal, but, there have been times where I'm just like, what's the point? And again, like, this is how somebody has like never had to deal with any sort of struggles. When you talk about your own issues with ideation, it's like, oh, they get so touchy about it. But it's like, bro, like you've never had to worry about anything in your life, and like you're gonna act shocked when like somebody close to you has dealt with thoughts of suicide. It's like, again, there's a real disconnect, and I think we should have a more open conversation about it, instead of being like, no, you can't think about that. It's like, why? Like, what conditions in place that would force somebody to think those thoughts? And a lot of it has to do with economic insecurities, social alienation, just like lack of purpose in life. Again, this is where another theory of Marx comes in, the theory of alienation. It's just like people just have no direction, they have no sense of purpose, and their needs aren't being met. And this is what happens. I mean, some people resort to this, It's crazy to think about. It's really crazy to think about. Like, there was that actor from Euphoria, Angus Cloud. Again, I'm not too sure the full details, so they haven't fully confirmed that this was suicide, but it's like they're saying at least that he was dealing with a lot of mental health issues. Again, this is not to speculate anything, but again, this is where you could classify it under death of despair, because even somebody who was well-to-do, I'm not saying that he was like a millionaire, but up-and-coming actor dies due to circumstances that could relate to mental health issues. It just shows that like nobody's safe from this, So and again, if you're somebody who has dealt with that, definitely get help, because it's not the answer. Even though I talk about the end of the world and apocalyptic bullshit and stuff, it's not the answer, because a lot of the times, at least from what I've read from accounts of people who have survived suicide attempts, like that very moment where they realize there's no going back, they're filled with this immense dread and regret. So it's like, it's not something you want to do. And this is coming from me. Again, I've never had any serious like attempts, any planning like that, because some people plan this out. Like it's really tragic. Like the way people plan out their passing, by their own hand. But I would assume, because again, people are very hushed about this. No, you can't say that. Especially when I do my counseling and therapy. Like I just say no, because I don't want to deal with any problems. But it's like things are horrible right now. Like it's actually pretty normal to think about those things. So I don't know. Again, safe space. Want it to be a safe space, mental health safe space. As they said, they have the hotline number 988. So if you are having a crisis, please contact that line. You are somebody who's important. Again, I'm speaking as somebody who's also struggling with my station in life. It's like, when the world doesn't show you value, it's hard. It's hard to get up and like have that pride. So I certainly understand that, but again, that doesn't define you. You just have to get up and survive, Again, I don't like being the kind of person that says, fuck the world, fuck you. But sometimes you got to be that way, because some people they're just not going to give you any chances, no matter what you do. Again, you could live a perfectly safe life, no trouble with the law, do what you can with work and school, and still people are going to look down on you for some reason. It's just like, definitely, be a good citizen and don't want to fall into like cynicism. But yeah, sometimes you got to say, fuck you. I'm alive. I'm here. And if you don't accept that, move along, because I don't have time for you. And again, it doesn't matter how close you might be with somebody, because people can switch up on you. Yeah, your own flesh and blood will switch up on you. And it's just like, you know what, man? You broke this relationship, not me. So, it's whatever. Again, not to get off track, but yeah, this is definitely linked with mental health. So definitely get your counseling, whatever mental health treatment you need, and do what you can, right? Again, this world, they are the ones who destroyed this. The powers that be, the boomers, right? They destroyed this. None of this is our fault. We're just here for the ride to survive as long as we can, because that's all we can do, So yeah, so that's at least those stats and just like different disparities that are occurring. Again, certainly linked with the economy. Yeah, there's so much to unpack there. But now at least I want to get on to some other subject matters that deal with, I guess, with Trump, because I haven't been following this too much. Again, I don't fucking give a shit. I really don't give a shit about this indictment news. It's funny to me. It's funny to me because, like, you see the cope and the seething from all these like MAGA people on Twitter, and they're like, this is a political targeting. Oh, they're bringing down a great man. And it's just like, he gets what he fucking deserves, man. It's just so funny. And it's just so funny seeing how stupid he's been, Trump and like his associates, Rudy Giuliani, about all this. Because this is what you have to understand. These guys are fucking old. They're fucking geezers, okay? They're fucking, 70s con men, okay? So that's what they're operating as. Like, they're operating off of this like 70s, like, you know, fucking New York underworld, sort of corruption. They're like, hey, you know, I want to tell you something, okay? I don't really appreciate, you know, at least you're talking to the governor and like other like Georgia officials, because this is what these recent indictments were, for like voter fraud. It's like, hey, you know, just say you missed a couple votes. Say, what's the big deal? You know, it's like something like that. And it's just crazy to me. Like, they think that they could get away with this, and like, and again, there's also the classified documents that Trump had in his fucking bathroom, and it's like, all of this is so stupid. It's so dumb. It's just like, wow. And he really thought that he could get away with this. It's all so sloppy. But it just goes to show, like, how, like, he's been getting away with so much sleazeball, you know, New York slumlord fucking corruption. And now he's on, like, the world stage dealing with, like, national security documents, like, fucking, you know, voter fraud. I mean, dude, they're gonna fucking bring the hammer down. Like, and this is gonna be, like, so this is so cathartic to watch, honestly. Like, I really want to have a time machine to go back to, like, I think 20-year-old me. Yeah, because it was 2016, so 20 years old. Just at least to, like, because, like, when I saw Trump get elected, like, I was honestly, like, so depressed, because I'm like, oh my God. But I just want to go back to 20-year-old me. I'm 27. Jesus, I'm fucking, time flies, dude. I'd just be like, hey, you know, all those people laughing at you, you know, talking about Trump, you know, the MAGA train, it's all bullshit. Okay, he's gonna get his comeuppance. Like, you know, that's what I want to say. You know, I don't know. I mean, I don't really care. I don't fucking care. Like, I'm not like. It's just, it's funny. I'm not like one of these like liberals that are like resistance liberals that are like, yes, like, you know, they're having to pop in champagne. I'm just like, huh. Because I just love that they're just like showing like how like sloppy he's been covering his tracks, how like open these crimes have been. It's honestly hilarious. It's so funny. It's so funny, all of this. But anyway, yeah. So at least to touch up on like just the at least new updates on this. Because what they're trying to do is, at least with these like Georgia indictments, is like they're trying to slap him with RICO charges. And RICO, wow, like that is, yeah. That is serious. That's what they get rappers for, man. You know, like they got like Gunna and Young Thug, I think. Like, dude, imagine Trump getting a fucking RICO charge, bro. They're gonna say some shit about him and the fucking, like, I would just imagine Rick Ross rapping about Trump with the RICO or something like that. But yeah, and then also with Giuliani, because like he's the one who mainly like pioneered this and like basically like took down the Gambino family. Hold on. I hope I'm not getting this confused with the GTA crime family. Okay, yeah, Gambino family, the Cosa Nostra, like yeah. So at least to read, and this is just from CNN and their live updates on this situation. So what they're talking about, at least with these specific RICO charges that they want to prosecute Trump on. So here, former President Donald Trump and his 18 co-defendants have been accused of breaking a variety of criminal laws in the Georgia 2020 election subversion case, but one crime ties all their alleged misconduct together: the Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act. The state law, which is commonly referred to as RICO, is similar to the federal version of the statute that targets so-called criminal enterprises. Georgia's laws allows prosecutors to pull an array of conduct into their indictments, including activities that took place outside of the state of Georgia, but may have been part of a broad conspiracy. Those convicted of racketeering charges also face steeper penalties, a point of leverage for prosecutors if they are hoping to flip potential co-conspirators or encourage defendants to take plea deals. Quote, federal RICO is a very big deal. It's difficult to prove and is used pretty sparingly. Georgia RICO is a different animal. It's easier to prove, said Kenneth White, a defense attorney familiar with the federal law. Quote, the point is, it's used very aggressively there, end quote. For Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis, the law has been her calling card. The Atlanta area prosecutor has used it in a number of high-profile cases she's previously brought in Georgia against school officials, gangs, and musicians, including the rapper Young Thug, as I mentioned earlier. The historic 41-count indictment, unsealed Monday, accuses Trump and the other defendants of being part of a broad conspiracy to attempt to overturn the 2020 election result in the Peach State. And this is reading from the district attorney here. The enterprise constituted an ongoing organization whose members and associates functioned as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of the enterprise, the 98-page indictment states. Prosecutors say the criminal actions the charges built around include making false statements, filing false documents and forgeries, impersonating officials, computer breaches, and attempts to influence witnesses. Several of the acts alleged to have made up the racketeering conspiracy involving states other than Georgia. So I mean, these are pretty serious charges. I mean, they're not playing around with this. If you hear that word RICO, it's like you got to bring out the big guns for your attorneys. And right now with Trump, apparently like it's so bad that like he's having difficulty finding attorneys. Like people were saying like, bro, like you get a public defender. Like, yeah, I mean, it's just, this is so sloppy. And it's so funny, like just reading these reports and like all the different like phone calls that have been recorded. Like they really thought they were being slick. It's so funny. Like it's like the more like I read up this indictments and just like all the things that are being said, it's like straight out of fucking GTA. I'm like, bro, we're living in a GTA game. Like, oh my god. Like I'm and I really need to replay the GTA games, like GTA 4, GTA 5. Like I just want to hear this like sort of like Trump talk, like, oh, like, you know, with the news, Weasel News, and then just like all this like indictment shit that's happening. I'm thinking about GTA 6, and I'm just like, bro, they really have to touch up on Trump. They have to, especially if they're doing like a Vice City, like Florida based game. Like they have to talk about Trump. Like it's just, all this is so funny. It's perfect territory. I can't wait. I hope Rockstar knocks it out of the park. I hope it comes out soon because it's been like 10 years. Like that's crazy. Like GTA 5 came out 10 years ago. That's fucking crazy. And they're still like making updates on GTA Online. But anyway, not to get off topic, you know, just, you know, talking about these Trump indictments. But yeah, like this is like just the absurdity of everything that's happening. It's like out of a video game, you know, out of South Park. But we live in very strange times right now, and you know, it's unexpected. Like you can't even explain this. You know, like again, like I'm a history major, so like this sort of thing, like how are future historians going to even like bring this up? It's like this whole like chronicle of events in terms of like just, you know, the first president in U.S. history, like not even Nixon. Like they pardoned Nixon for Watergate, but it's like, dude, this is just something else. And again, you know, we have like conservatives and MAGA people losing it. You know, like again, when I was younger, I was certainly worried about the response by these like conservatives and Republicans, these fucking MAGA people. Now, not so much. I mean, I'm certain that like certain individuals are very dangerous and there's this potential for violence. Like they had this one boomer on Facebook, like I think in fucking Idaho. Like he's literally like posting under his government name, just like threats to like President Biden and like talking about sniping him and shit. And then of course he gets a visit by the FBI and he gets into a shootout. It's like, you know, it's like this is what we're dealing with. Like, and you have people like Tim Pool, you know, always talking about civil war. Like, oh, you know, this is civil war. And he's like, you keep using that word, dude. I'm like, do you even understand what civil war is? Like, I talk about civil war, but it's like, how do I say it? Because like, I don't seriously think about it happening. And if there was a civil war to occur in the United States, it's not going to be like a North and South, like, you know, secession. Like, it's going to be complete chaos where gangs and militias killing each other. Like, it would be a fucking massacre. So, like, this idea that these assholes bring up, these conservatives, about civil war, it's like, bro, you don't want to touch that. Like, you don't, okay? Because we're all gonna die. like honestly, like it would be devastating. And they're gonna do that for Trump? Come on. Like, it's not worth it. But again, we're living in very stupid times. And again, you know, as I talk about with the economy, that's really the only thing holding everything together. Like, if there's a depression, that's gonna be scary. I don't even want to think about that. And again, you know, the history that's going to be written about this, if there is any sort of like history to recount, you know, if there's, you know, if the future doesn't fall apart, you know, like it's like, how do you even like explain this? Like, how are you going to like be in a history class and be like, yeah, so we had President Donald Trump, a fucking reality star, TV host, this fucking slumlord from the 70s. Yeah, he became president and he got indicted, and then people threatened war, and it's like, dude, like, this is so stupid. So anyway, that's at least the Trump indictments. Again, I don't really care too much about it. You can follow some other folks, what they're reporting on it, because like, I'm not saying it's not important to follow, but I just don't give a shit. I just don't care. It's just, it's funny. I think it's funny, but like, I'm not really gonna stay too focused on it. So again, we're still continuing on with domestic issues. And again, we talk about a lot of the different aspects of this country in terms of like the police and the militarization of the police and just our rights being infringed upon. And it's really interesting because in this country, like in these big cities, of course, you have a lot of corruption to deal with. If you think about like somewhere like Los Angeles, and like you see about like police gangs, right? Like, but that's a very serious issue where there was very serious like press suppression. Where the people of the press were getting their computers raided and such. So like these police forces in a lot of American cities are out of control. They're rogue police stations and departments. But again, anytime you talk about holding the police accountable, you get this pushback because you got these bootlickers. They can't even fathom the idea of questioning authority because they have no they have no principles, no center. And this is what happens when people have no ideology. They just like say, well, the people with the guns say to do this, so I'm going to do that. Because obviously they have good intentions. It's like, again, like some people really like, they're like children, And again, it's like when you're raising kids, of course you want to tell them if there's a, crime, to call the police. It's like Santa Claus. Like, of course you're going to tell the kids, oh yeah, Santa is going to come and, put out cookies and milk, Like you just have to say those things. But then as they get older, you have to wake them up. Because of course you can't explain to some 4-year-old that like, oh, well, you see, actually police are state-sponsored thugs that are here to protect the interests of the business owners, interests of capital. Their main objectives are not to prevent crime. They are to suppress the working class and minorities. Like, you can't explain that to a 4-year-old. Hey, I mean, I wouldn't be afraid to explain that, but that's going to cause issues. So, and then the kid, like, how do you explain to a kid, like, colonialism and white supremacy? There's so much to unpack. So, but some people never get past that stage. Some people just genuinely think, oh, police, authority, that's all it is. I don't know, man. It's crazy. Anyway, but, in these big cities, there's a lot of police corruption, rogue police departments and gangs and such. But then you have to really think about in these small towns, because there's a lot of remote towns in this country where the police have complete control, and it's like super dirty departments and such. And like, it's just like, it's really scary to think about living in like a small town where there's like maybe like, I don't know, like 4,000 people. And then like you got this sheriff who like basically runs the town. And like, this is like a thing that happens all over the country where like the police literally have full control. And it's such an out of the way place where nobody really cares if the police are corrupt or, abuse the local populace because it's just like some, poor town. But again, sometimes you read stories about different corrupt acts that occur. So yeah, at least, this story caught some national attention, and, this is just something to touch up on because it just, again, speaks to the level of corruption and the control that police and city officials, county officials will have. And it's just, this specific story that I'll read on is interesting. So, yeah, touching up on local small town police corruption, this story caught national attention, specifically the raiding of a small town Kansas press, newspaper sort of agency or department. Yeah, it's again, this is certainly a situation that's evolving, and that's it's just really startling to see this sort of brazen like abuse of power that, and again, these are small town cops, they they do whatever they want. But at least in this instance, as they're reporting here at the CNN, that they had seized records, documents, phones even, and the Kansas prosecutor has ordered that those files and seized items be returned. So on the one hand, this raid that occurred was a brazen abuse of power, but it's being overturned. Of course, the damage has been done, especially as one of the co-founders, like a very important, business leader, business owner, 98-year-old publisher. Let me see here. They said somebody had died, but okay, report here. Okay, well, let me at least read on what CNN has reported, because they were saying that a business owner, like a co-founder of the newspaper, collapsed and died due to the stress and the trauma of this event. So there's already been a casualty. It's just so crazy how police, any interaction with them is like the most traumatic experience of your life. So even if they don't physically harm you, there's still damage. They'll literally if they were to raid your home, serve a warrant, they'll fucking go through your shelves, they'll pull out whatever, they'll break whatever they need. They don't give a shit, man. And it would be over nothing too. It would just be oh, we need to search your house. They'll find nothing and they'll leave, but then all your shit's fucked up and destroyed. And then sometimes they'll even seize your cash. Even it's crazy. But in this instance, what they're reporting is that this local newspaper was reporting on some local county corruption. Again, they haven't even expanded on what it is exactly, but then that's where this police raid and intervention occurred. So, reading from CNN, after days of national controversy over the raid of a small town newspaper's office and the publisher's home, the items seized will be returned, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation announced Wednesday. An attorney for the Marion County Record, Bernie Rhodes, told CNN the local prosecutor has agreed to withdraw a search warrant executed on the newspaper Friday and will return all seized items, answering the demands of press freedom advocates who sharply condemned the police action. The paper's co-owner and publisher, Eric Meyer, has said he believes Friday's raid in Marion, about 60 miles north of Wichita, was prompted by a story published Wednesday about a local business owner, but authorities said they were investigating what they called identity theft in a search warrant. Computers, cell phones, and other materials were seized during the raid at the Marion County Record, Meyer confirmed. Meyer County Prosecutor Joel Enzi released a statement explaining why he had asked for the seized items to be returned. Quote, on Monday, August 14th, 2023, I reviewed in detail the warrant application made Friday, August 11th, 2023, to search various locations in Marion County, including the office of the Marion County Record, Enzi said. Quote, the affidavits, which I am asking the court to release, establish probable cause to believe that an employee of the newspaper may have committed unlawful acts concerning computers. Upon further review, however, I have come to the conclusion that insufficient evidence exists to establish a legally sufficient nexus between the alleged crime and the places searched and the items seized. As a result, I have submitted a proposed order asking the court to release the evidence seized. I have asked local law enforcement to return the material seized to the owners of the property. The Kansas Bureau of Investigation plans to continue its investigations independently. It said in a statement, quote, we will work with the Marion County Record or their representative to coordinate the prompt return of all seized items. A KBI spokesperson, Melissa Underwood, wrote, quote, once our investigation concludes, we will present findings to the Marion County attorney for review. And then I'm trying to find, because they said somebody died, one of the main owners of the business, the newspaper agency, just collapsed at their home, a 98-year-old business owner. I'm just trying to see here where they show it. Okay, Joan Meyer. So they have Eric Meyer. They might possibly be related, or that might be their husband. So yeah, Joan Meyer, 98 years old, collapsed at home because of the stress and trauma that occurred. So, that's the casualty that occurred. I mean, again, the police, they truly are despicable for doing this. And yeah, I mean, At least, those items are going to be returned. But still, like this business owner, newspaper editor died due to the stress and trauma of the event. And again, it's just like certain situations like this where people die due to, like, I wouldn't say unforeseen circumstances, but it's just like the collateral damage. It's like they'll try to compensate them, like, oh, here's 100,000 or whatever, but it's like, bro, like, they died. Like, it's just, yeah, man. Like, this is they're like, this police department has opened a can of worms. The county officials, yeah, man. Like, this is again, they're saying that this is a developing story, but yeah, man, like, they might return the items, they might protect the freedom of speech, but already, like, somebody died as a result of this action. And it just goes to show how, like, how brazen these departments can be, these police can be, especially small town police. And they were saying, of course, this was due to, like, concerns of, like, identity theft or illegal activity, which, again, police, they make up bullshit, whatever. It's like, oh, we are concerned about this. We have probable cause. And then this is what they do. So that's at least in Kansas, just some small town corruption. But again, this is going to be a bigger, like trend, okay? Like, all this talk about press freedoms, it's like, that's all circumstantial. I think for the most part, the reason why they sort of did this is because it caught so much attention nationally. Like, they really could have just, like if they didn't break as many, like, headlines about this story, they honestly would have just gotten away with it. They probably could have, but now it caught attention, and probably these Kansas officials were like, return the items. This is too much heat. So who knows? But yeah, so that's at least just a quick story about their findings and, like, these documents being returned, and just abuse of power by the police. I want to touch up on some other stories. Again, this is more like a Houston, Texas sort of story. And again, how I love to shit talk about Texas. It's not a good place. Really need to get out of here. But yeah, I this, because this is specifically what I'm going to talk about next, is specifically with Houston. I lived in Katy, and this is concerning, like, the school districts out there, which is crazy to me, because, like, these school districts, like, they pull a lot of power. Like, they're very, very influential, especially, like, Katy ISD. Oof, my God, like, that is, God, like, just to read about, like, the different, like, political, like, dealings that occur with that. And, like, I remember one time they were trying to build the stadium, and, like, it was, like, a big, like, sort of, like, election, like, topic, local proposals to build this, like, $1 million stadium. I mean, again, these are very powerful, these school districts. It's like they're basically a government that, like, rules the county in a lot of ways. So, I went to Katy ISD, Cinco Ranch, and it was, again, these are suburbs, so a lot of these kids, like, I say that, I grew up around rich kids, which I did, but, like, Cinco Ranch wasn't even, like, rich, so it was more just, like, upper middle class. But yeah, I was able to grow up in a community that had access to resources. I mean, it's not, it's like, especially with my parents, because they like to act like, I had such a privileged, like, education, but it's like, they really just had the basic resources available. And honestly, like, a lot of the things that, especially with my academics, is like, I just love knowledge. So, if I just went off what the school was teaching and then didn't expand anything else, I probably would just be pretty average, honestly. Because, like, the school, it's like one of those, like, curriculums where they just give you, like, a worksheet, a packet, and that's really it. And then you're just memorizing for the standardized testing, and that's it. Meanwhile, like, a person like myself, I genuinely want to learn. So I'm able to expand on, like, I do my homework, and then I expand upon that, because, like, I like to expand on my learning. But yeah, that's at least Katy. And I'm not to say that it isn't, like, a good, they didn't have good facilities and good resources available. But then you go to a place like Houston ISD, HISD, which is a whole different experience. I can't even imagine, like, the schools in Houston, because, like, it's very much inner city. lower class sort of schools. Like I read one statistic where like the drinking water in these schools, almost like 80% have lead exposure, like other food issues. So it's a mess. It's always been a mess. Houston ISD, primarily black Hispanic school districts, because all the white flight to the suburbs. You got Katy ISD, I think Cypress ISD, Fort Bend ISD. That's where all the white flight went to, and that's where all the resources and all the wealth goes to. And the inner city is underfunded, segregated, basically. And it's crazy too, even for Katy ISD, like there's a very clear line between the schools, the white schools, and the black and Hispanic schools. Like a clear distinction. Like it's crazy. Just to read about like Katy ISD also, because I love talking shit about Katy. Like it was like really like one of like the last schools in the whole state of Texas to actually integrate their schools. Like they had to get sued by the Department of Education to desegregate their schools. Like, yeah, it's like, there's a reason why I don't like that place. Like I could tell like the second I moved in there, I'm like, oh, this is a neo-Nazi enclave. It's just fucking crazy, bro. Again, like to people who have lived there, when I talk to them about this, they're kind of like, yeah, I mean, that's just whatever, but it's like, I'm an outsider. So this sort of racism, it's like, it's unacceptable. Like, that's what you have to do in order to cope with it. Like, you're just like, whatever. Like, this is just a racist shithole. It's just like, it's really sad, actually. So, like, this time that I've spent away from that area, like, I don't miss it at all. And I kind of dread, like, Thanksgiving and, like, Christmas where I have to visit family. Because now I have no excuse. Now I fixed up my car. But now I'm just like, God, I'm going to hate it so much. Like, just spend as little time as I can down there. And it's not to say that I haven't made good friends, but it's just like, friendship can only take you so far in a place. Especially when it's not even my home. Like, this is not my home. Like, so yeah. Anyway, so I'm talking about Katy, which is a suburb. But at least with Houston, where conditions are worse with the school districts, they have made some changes where before the school districts, the board of directors and such, they were locally elected. They actually had like a democratic process to place school board members. But now the state of Texas has stepped in, where essentially they have no control. The local, populace has no electoral control of the board of directors. And yeah, just to read about some different like reforms that they're making, it's like, this is bad. Like this is a fucking train wreck that's unfolding. At least specifically because they've made proposals about libraries. Like they're closing down libraries for these detention centers that they're calling, which is basically like a prison. Like again, like this is where like the school to prison pipeline, like it's like getting more and more apparent. Like, like you'll read like a lot of people, they'll say like school is like a prison. And I'm like, I agree with you. But then they talk about how, yeah, they don't teach about business and, the hustle and grind, it's like, it actually ends up being an intellectual position, not a position of like, we should have schools being like a haven for creativity, to basically uplift students. So, that they can have a safe space. Because, a lot of schools, that's the only safe space that they have. A lot of these students have horrible, dysfunctional homes. Speaking as one myself, dysfunctional, broken home. But school, in a lot of ways, was that safe space that I needed to get away from that bullshit and to focus on what I needed to focus on. And that's still with me dealing with like these asshole coaches and shit. Like, bro, like the more I think about my high school experience, the more I'm like, wow, man, like I had to deal with a lot. Like, holy shit. Anyway, so, yeah, talking about these high schools, or Houston ISD and these reforms and closing down libraries, like this to me is like, just like it tells you everything about these fucking conservatives. Because this is, again, as I said, this is the state Department of Education. So this is what they're putting in place. So they're closing down libraries and building up so-called detention centers. So this is a reading from local Fox 26 station. Here, as they're saying, so the new areas HISD calls team centers are located inside libraries In the photos shared with Fox 26, according to Jackie Anderson, president of the Houston Federation of Teachers, the photos were taken this month at Martinez R. Elementary and Marshall Elementary School. So it's not even like this is like a detention center for elementary kids. Like, this is like, bro, like the library should literally just be, especially for elementary, like just like crayons, like, you know, arts and craft, you know, like cute little, you know, art decor, you know, just having the books available to these kids. Because, like, what the fuck? I mean, they're fucking, again, like, this is like to what, K to fifth grade? Like, no, we're going to create a detention center, like straight from the get-go, conditioning them for prison. Because, again, these are primarily Black and Hispanic children. And it's just like, this fucking neo-Nazi state, these fucking Republicans, man. This is what this is their vision. So anyway, here, again, this is continuing from that lady, Anderson, Jackie Anderson. Quote, "These pictures are coming from teachers concerned that their libraries are no more," said Anderson. Quote, "Being an educator, I can't in my wildest thought imagine the rationale behind this. Those things that will increase their reading. Schools are being stripped away from the very children you claim you're here to help." Again, you know, it's just like the thought process behind it. Like, how much would I bet these fucking assholes are like, who reads anyway? You know, like, no, we gotta fucking discipline them. You know, like this is where I talk about not wanting to put my kids in public school. You know, again, because I know some folks, especially leftists, push back against homeschool education, which is understandable because like a lot of conservatives and like Christian folks, they use homeschooling to groom and insulate their children into this like conservative cult-like mentality and like way of life. But no, man, like shit like this is just like, this is gonna be a trend, not just for Texas, but like other red states. And, you know, and God forbid if some Republican president takes power, you know, definitely like a national reform that they'll try to force through. Yeah, they want to undermine libraries. They want to undermine public education because a critical thinking populace is a threat to a fascist system. So, you know, these red states, they deliberately want their population, like they want their population smart enough to like function as workers, but they don't want like intellectually like disobedient, you know, dissenters, right? They don't want people to actually like think through like, is this like productive? I don't know, man. Like these fucking red states, I gotta get out of Texas and just red states in general. Like I gotta get the fuck out of here, man. This is so bad. So yeah, continuing from here. Okay, that was just the main article. But yeah, I mean, that's what they're reporting. And it's just, I don't know, man. Like, this is truly dystopian to think about. And, like, school's about to open up in the next couple of weeks. And then also they had, like, some teacher conferences in, like, Houston. And already, like, some scenes out of that is, like, chaotic. As I said, you know, they've completely gutted the board of directors. So now the people in charge are state appointed. And again, you know, they're changing the state curriculum, especially like, you know, being like anti SJW, you know, anti, you know, critical race theory curriculum. And then, you know, again, like with Florida, they're also making their reforms, and they're like, like African American studies is just completely like being like sabotaged. They're like showing like PragerU for kids. My God, like it's starting to be shown. It's just, this is so bad. I mean, hey, you know, Florida, that's going to be gone. I mean, that's just, it's a done deal. You know, sea level rise, right? So that's a done deal. You know, and I have some family in Florida. I don't know what their plans are, but like, all I can say to them is to leave. And I know that they're not going to like to hear that, but I'm just like, you got to leave. You know, and I know it's not easy. You know, I'm not saying that it's just like, oh, just pack up and leave. But it's like, you might as well leave now where you have some control over the situation. Because eventually there's going to be a point where you're not going to have control. And you're still going to have to leave. Because it's like literally inhospitable. I don't know, man. Again, some people, they just don't see they don't see the threat. They don't see, oh, no, yeah, no, I mean, bad things happen. But you can't be so negative all the time. It's like, you know, there's only so much you can say to somebody. But yeah, that's just... Texas, Florida, education is just falling apart. And, you know, I'm going to have a history degree. And the thought of being a teacher has crossed my mind. Like, it wouldn't be the worst idea. I mean, I would love to teach kids history, really. But I can't do it in a red state, and I can't do it in Texas because, like, this place is just, it's too far gone. Like, I can't do it. So, yeah, and to talk some more shit about Texas, because, yeah, Texas is a fucking, neo-Nazi state. There's, of course, these reports of Texas being, Greg Abbott, the state Republicans getting tougher on immigration, tougher on the border control. I mean, it's getting bad. Like, they're starting to, like, place these buoys and this barbed wire. Like, they're basically militarizing the border, wasting, like, taxpayer dollars. It's purely for show because he wants to appeal to the red, voter base. Oh, I'm being tough with crime and tough on the border, and they're these immigrants. This fucking place is so racist, man. I'm sorry, man. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. It's like that's literally what unites these fucking red conservatives. It's just like, they took our jobs. We gotta stop them invading America. It's a white genocide. We're getting replaced. It's just like, I don't know, man. These white folks are going crazy. But yeah, with the border wall, and they have these buoys on the Rio Grande, which is crazy because, like, the whole purpose of the buoy is they have, like, these saw blades, like, meant to, like, slice people if they're trying to, like, climb over it, and they've already reported that people are getting tangled up and drowning. Like, they don't care who dies. Like, they don't fucking care. Like, this is getting genocidal. It really is. And now they're getting orders, like the state troopers, National Guard people, they're getting orders to, like, push people back in the water, not to provide people water or any assistance or shelter from the heat. And also another tactic that Greg Abbott is doing, which is, like, pretty much like human trafficking. They're just taking people in buses and then dropping them off in blue cities. That's what they're doing, right? That's like, dude, this guy needs to fucking, I don't want to say too much, like, he needs to, disappear, I'll say. Yeah, man, fuck Greg Abbott, this fucking Nazi asshole. And, like, just, like, other, like again, it's like, people don't understand why I don't feel safe here. I'm a Hispanic, I'm Dominican, okay? But most people don't know that. They're fucking morons. They don't know anything about geography. They just see a brown-skinned Hispanic person, they're like, oh, fucking Mexican, fucking beaner. I haven't had anybody talk shit to me. Not yet. My sister, however, has been harassed multiple times. It's just fucking infuriating. And still, like, she doesn't even fully understand the threat. It's like, these people are fucking whack, bro. Like, this is genocidal. Like, this is how the Holocaust started. And then a lot of Republicans are also talking about invading Mexico, going to war, not with Mexico, but, like, to dismantle the cartels, which, of course, the Mexican state will never allow. It's like we're entering uncharted territory. Like, if a Republican takes power, like the presidency, like, there could be a serious escalation somewhere, particularly with Mexico. Like, this is something that a lot of Republicans are, like, getting more and more mainstream about invading Mexico, using drone strikes in Mexico. Like, this is unbelievable. And then, like, watch, we end up having a war in Mexico or with Mexico, and, like, this is going to create a worse migrant crisis. More people are going to leave Mexico because we're going to fucking destroy the place. Like, what the fuck? We're going to destroy Mexico, and then we're going to get all these migrants, and then we're going to basically, because, like, it's going to get bad, and they're basically going to start killing those refugees. I don't know, man. These fucking Republicans are going crazy. Anyway, so Greg Abbott, again, with this tactic that he has of, like, transporting migrants into blue cities, it's evil. It's really evil. And again, sometimes, a lot of the times, they will drop them off in, like, sub-zero temperatures. So, like, these people who are wearing clothes for, like, desert conditions are now in, like, freezing temperatures. And it's just like, and then, of course, like, the state and the city, they're like, they have to take care of them because now they just got dropped with these migrants. And of course, this is like some sort of message from Greg Abbott and these other Republican dickheads. Like, well, we have to deal with them, so you deal with them too. You know, it's like, what a fucking asshole, bro. You know, and I don't want to be ableist here or come off as ableist, but, you know, he's like paralyzed from like a tree that fell on him. You know, like he got paralyzed and a tree fell on him. Honestly, some days I wish that tree fell on his head because, like, this guy's a fucking asshole. So, and, you know, I'll continue on this other story that's being reported because a recent transportation of migrants in Chicago resulted in the death of a 3-year-old. Again, these guys are fucking monsters, okay? Like, I really can't stress enough how little patience I have with people who entertain voting Republican, because this idea that we have to come together with people who do acts like this, it's like, no, like I'm not. Like, you're a fucking piece of shit if you vote Republican. Like I have cut people off for voting Republican. I have no qualms about it, because, like, if you're willing to overlook this, you're not a good person. You're evil. You vote for evil, that makes you evil. So anyway, reading from the AP. So, reporting on in Chicago, the death of a 3-year-old. So, a 3-year-old child riding one of Texas's migrant buses died while on the way to Chicago, officials said Friday. The first time the state has announced the death since it began shuttling thousands of migrants from the U.S.-Mexico border last year. Texas authorities confirmed a child's death in a statement Friday, but did not say where the child was from or why they became ill. The Illinois Department of Public Health said the child was 3 years old and died Thursday in Marion County in the southern part of the state. Quote, every loss of life is a tragedy, the Texas Division of Emergency Management said in a statement. Quote, once the child presented with health concerns, the bus pulled over and security personnel on board called 911 for emergency attention. Texas has bused more than 30,000 migrants to Democratic-controlled cities across the U.S. since last year as part of the Republican Greg Abbott's sprawling mission on the border called Operation Lone Star. The operation has come under a burst of new scrutiny in recent months over additional hardline measures the governor has authorized in the name of deterring migrants from crossing from Mexico. Unbelievably. Just unbelievable. Just like the callousness. And again, this is a pro-life state. Fucking dickhead. My God. And again, you know, it's really stupid. Like, again, you know, you hear some people, they try to make like legitimate arguments about why we can't have migrants come into the country, and like they try to make it like an economic concern, but it's like, bro, I don't give a shit. I really don't care. Like, let them come in. These are people that are trying to work and like provide for their families, okay? No, they're trying to infiltrate, and we can have terrorism and crime and drugs. And then like they'll talk about like maybe like one instance where like somebody who crossed from the border who had a history of crime, and it's like one person out of like thousands of people who try to get into this country. And it's like, yeah, that's why we have to shut out these people, like these unwashed masses. It's fucking ridiculous. And again, these are people who are talking about like, who will openly talk about like, say like their Irish immigrant ancestors or something, you know. It's like do you even understand like the things that were said about Irish, Italian immigrants, fucking like German, Eastern European, Yiddish, Russian, like, dude, like, can you, like, my God, like, people really, like, said some horrible shit, but now they're under this fear of whiteness because we have to band together against the blacks and Hispanics, you know? Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. And again, like, it's not just, like, Mexican and Central American people who are crossing from this region. There's Haitians, there's, Arab, Arab people who've somehow managed to cross the Atlantic and into America. I mean, again, people are desperate. And again, it's crazy too to think about, because they talk about, why are these people coming here when they can't fix their own countries? But then like anytime somebody takes control in the country to like rebuild it and, you know, nationalize their resources, you know, industrialize, they get cooed, like they get assassinated or cooed. They're labeled a communist. So it's like the reason there's so many immigrants and refugees trying to get into the country is because we destroyed their lands. And anytime they try to actually fix their lands, as you're saying they should, you sabotage them and overthrow them. It's just like, again, there's this dissonance. They don't care. You try to have a rational conversation, but it's impossible. They don't fucking care. They're naturally hypocritical people. So, there's not much else you can say about that. So, anyway, and I have been speaking at length just about like domestic affairs. Again, just wanted to highlight some things. And this isn't necessarily like broader political topics, but rather just like, I guess social media sort of topics, at least something to talk about. Because, why not? It's fun to talk about, at least with this story that I'll talk on, is the infamous river brawl in Alabama, from Montgomery, if y'all have seen it, where, as it occurred, and as it's been documented, a black dock worker, I think a security personnel, and this is how it started. So they had this tugboat, this steamboat, trying to dock, but there was a pontoon boat, by these white, fucking rednecks, just like on the dock where this tugboat couldn't dock. And they said about like 30, 40 minutes where they were trying to dock, but they couldn't because this boat was in the way. So then this dock worker, or at least a security personnel for the tugboat, I'm not sure how he got on, but he went onto the dock and moved the boat, the pontoon boat, which angered these rednecks. So the rednecks came out and they were trying to talk and, I don't know. I don't even know what it was, because they told him repeatedly, like, you need to move it. The tugboat has to get in. And they didn't. So then the guy moved it. And of course, these white folks don't like it when a black person goes against them, especially when they're literally doing their job. So they started arguing. Again, most of you have probably seen the video. Started arguing. Then they started punching him. And again, these moments are just so funny. Like, this is truly like a historic viral moment. Because I don't really care about watching like internet fights. It's whatever. They're stupid anyway. But this is truly like a cathartic moment, because like the one of the white guys punched the black dock worker, and then he throws his hat. And I just love the body language too, because he was ready to score up. He turned his hat backwards. He pulled his pants. He's like, I'm ready. Like, let's go. So he gets punched. He throws his hat, the legendary hat throw, right? He starts holding up his own, because like at first it was one guy. And so he starts, holding his own, but then he gets ganged up, and then they start, pile driving him and, throwing him on the ground. And this is kind of like a scary moment, because like, these fucking white guys, they love their fucking jujitsu moves, the fucking, the neck chokehold, that killed Jordan Neely by that fucking Marine, right? Like, they love to choke out black people. So like, that was kind of scary. Like, I was honestly afraid that would happen in that moment. But then, they had their little brawl, and I think at first, like, because like there's multiple fights that happen, so that was like the first part of the fight, and then they let the guy go. But the people on the tugboat were pissed off, because like it was like, first off, it's a black man getting attacked by white folks, so all the black employees on the boat got pissed off. And I'm pretty sure like he was also a worker on that boat, so not only is it black solidarity, but now worker solidarity. I mean, shit, man. It's like, again, like, I can't even imagine like seeing like one of my employees or like coworkers being like attacked, because like I'm fucking jumping in, like, get the fuck out of here, man. That's the unk, right? Uncle. So the tugboat finally docked, and then all the black employees get off, like they take off their shirts and shit, and they just run up on the pontoon boat, and all these white folks are like, oh, what have we gotten into? They're just like, oh my god, they're just like flabbergasted. And of course the fight breaks out. There's just so many moments in this. Oh yeah, and then also like during the fight, like one of the employees like jumped in to swim. Got the fucking Marines, bro, the Marine reinforcements. Let's go. Bro, I'm sorry, man. I'm just replaying the fight in my head. I just love it. I love every aspect of it. Like, this is truly like a historic like internet moment. And again, I'm just talking about it because like there's actually like a lot of history to unpack there. Because like this is a fight, a fight between white folks and black folks in Montgomery, Alabama. All right, dude. If something like this happened 100 years ago, oh my God, like there would be a fucking massacre. Like all those white folks, because they got their ass beat. Those white folks got their ass beat. So 100 years ago, oh man, like they would have gotten their mobs, pitchforks, torches. They would have fucking killed like hundreds of black folks in response. Like, I'm serious. Like that's that sort of thing. Like, my God, like that would have caused a race war. No kidding. So the fact that this happened here and it's just like a brawl that happened and that's all it really is. The police took control of the situation. It's, yeah, man. I like it truly is a privilege where a fight like this, like that has racial undertones, didn't escalate to a fucking massacre where hundreds of people died. Cause like, dude, like there have been like, again, like the Tulsa race riot that occurred, that happened over like the precipitating event that occurred on that was that there was an elevator attendant. I'm forgetting his name. A black elevator attendant stepped out of an elevator and he startled this white woman. And then he kind of just like panicked and ran because, of course, like a black man scaring a white woman was a serious offense. And then the rumor spread that he assaulted her or something and he gets arrested. And then, of course, the white folks start going crazy and want to lynch him because like that's like their pastime. They fucking love, like, oh my God, like 100 years ago, man, white people were crazy. Like, yeah, they wanted to fucking lynch him. And then the black community offered security to the police department. And that's just where things escalated from there. So, again, that just shows you like the worst race riot in history, in American history, where like, estimates of like 300 people were killed, started over a rumor, okay? A rumor of an assault, of inappropriate behavior. So, if that, something like an actual fight, like in 1920, Alabama, Montgomery, Alabama, oh man, that's a really bad situation. But of course, now we're in 2023, so this ain't Jim Crow no more. You start beating up on somebody, doesn't matter their skin tone, like people are going to square up. But again, this is the South, so white folks beating on a black man in 2023 is not going to go well, as we saw. So I'm just talking on this because like I'm just like it's a significant moment. Again, like sort of, especially for Black Twitter, it was like a healing moment. Like people were like, "Yes," it's like I love black people, Again, I'm Dominican, so I have that like Afro diaspora roots. So I'm certainly with it. I'm like, let's go, let's fucking go, stand up. But yeah, so reading from NPR, just like their report on this, because they're linking this again to the racial undertones of this fight. Again, this is deep South, Montgomery, Alabama, where there's a lot of racial tensions and history involved. So here, reading from NPR, police in Montgomery, Alabama, say that they have not found evidence that last week's riverfront brawl, in which a large number of people squared off against each other along racial lines, rises to the level of a hate crime. However, a week later, people who have seen videos of the fight, including experts, pundits, and social media users, remain divided. Some are saying race has had nothing to do with the incident, while others say the footage clearly shows how groups divided by race. What's certain is that the incident has reignited conversation about race across the United States. So what Montgomery officials are saying, Montgomery Police Chief Daryl Albert told reporters at a press conference on Tuesday that the brawl doesn't meet the criteria for hate crime charges under federal law. He said that he also understands why people are raising the issue of race. Quote, "That's why this department went above and beyond and looked under every stone for answers," Albert said, adding that the charges that were brought accurately reflect the evidence available at the time. Investigations are ongoing. Stephen L. Reed, Montgomery's first black mayor, has promised to hold the people responsible for the fight accountable. He said he has two different perspectives on the incident, one as a public servant and one as a black man. Quote, "At this point in the investigation, the FBI has not classified these attacks as a hate crime. As a former judge and as an elected official, I understand that and will trust their process and the integrity of our justice system," Reed said in a statement on NPR on Thursday. Quote, "However, my perspective as a black man in Montgomery differs from my perspective as a mayor. From what we've seen from the history of our city, a place tied to both the pain and progress of this nation, it seems to meet the moral definition, and this kind of violence cannot go unchecked." So it's kind of interesting just to because it's just, again, like, I'm not used to living in an area that has like such deep roots of history. Because like I'm sort of like a drifter. So like I'll just move to an area and I'm just living there. You know, I've never lived in an area where like, again, you know, my family were immigrants. So, you know, I would literally have to go back to the Dominican Republic. But, you know, these people, they're Montgomery residents. They've lived there. Their grandparents lived there, you know, so they've had these roots. So they know, they know the gravity of this situation and how the dynamics and the undertones that are at play here. Because it's like, come on, you know, like Jim Crow is fucking rough, man. Like that shit. I mean, shit, I can't even imagine like living in an area like that in like the 80s, you know? Like, yeah, man, like this shit is deep. So, you know, I mean, a lot of these people who were lynching folks are still alive. They're just out and about. Like, it's crazy, man. Like, this was yesterday, man. So, yeah, so just continuing. I kind of want to read a little further. Okay. So I just wanted to read at least from one historian about, because they're trying to say, no, it's not a hate crime, and, you know, doesn't meet the proper definitions, because they don't want to get into that territory, because, you know, once it becomes like a hate crime, that's where like the FBI get involved and such. I'm pretty sure they just want to keep it like local prosecution. But yeah, here with NPR, just reading from like a historian, from a historian. So formal hate crime charges haven't been made, but observers like Darren Moten, a professor of American history at Alabama State University, are blunt when describing Saturday's attack. Quote, I completely reject the idea that race had no part or played no part in that incident, end quote. To those who disagrees, he says that, quote, that's not what my eyes saw. That's not how my brain understood what I was looking at, end quote. Moten, who also serves as chair of the university's Department of History and Political Science, says the fight took place in an area where enslaved people were brought in by boat on the Alabama River, and mere blocks from warehouses where they had been held before being sold at auction. So like this is like, again, man, this is deep history that's like unpacked here. Deep history. They fought on the literal docks where slaves were unloaded. This is truly a moment of historic justice where white people finally got checked. I'm just like, again, I'm just so proud. I'm so proud. Again, you know, it's like, this is the moment where my Pan-Africanism, you know, comes out, because I'm just like, power. You know, again, you know, I don't want to get too big on that, but still, it's just like being a person who has a heritage very similar to this. Again, like I don't consider myself black, but I certainly understand my roots in the African diaspora. So that's, you know, kind of like that middle ground where I sit at. Like even today, like I was at like a Subway, and this black girl asked me about my, you know, because like I was talking to one of her coworkers in Spanish, and they're like, oh, where are you from? I'm saying, I'm Dominican. And so like this black girl was like, oh, you're Dominican? Because like it's pretty understood that we're more black than the other groups. I don't know. It's just like a moment where it was just like, when I talk to black folks about being Dominican, they understand that there's a shared heritage. So anyway, not to get off track. So as they were saying, the docks historically that they fought on, that's where the slaves were unloaded, and they fought in pretty much the same district where the slaves were being sold for auction. Also, just reading again from this historian, media outlets and pundits have been discussing these ties between Montgomery's racial history and the brawl, but Moten says what happened in Montgomery isn't exclusive to the South, it's a national problem. Quote, the incident that happened in Montgomery is not unique to Montgomery, he says. I don't want or would not want anybody to think, oh, these are the type of things that just happen in the South. No, sadly, they can happen anywhere in the United States. And that's true. You know, the South gets more notoriety because of the Jim Crow and, you know, the segregation in like the 60s and such, because it was like mandated by law. But even in places where it wasn't as mandated, segregation, there's still deep roots of racial animosity. You know, like people don't really think about, say, Los Angeles being like heavily racist, but yeah, man, like like the more I read about like the LAPD in like the 40s and such, I'm like, oh my god, like these guys were the fucking Klan, bro. Like again, like it's just this idea, like people forget, like California was a deeply conservative state, like literally like Ronald Reagan was governor, you know. So yeah, man, like, it's just like, this is truly a national problem. It's not just exclusive to the South. But yeah, again, just to continuing with this historian, he says that race is a factor in many of the issues that currently divide the country, including critical race theory, what some politicians and conservative activists refer to as cancel culture and wokeness, police use of deadly force, and how American history is taught. Quote, the time period that we're experiencing socially and politically in our country is really interesting in that there seems to be an effort among some, for lack of a better word, to sanitize American history, particularly American history as it relates to enslavement, as it relates to immigration, as it relates to the forced migration of native peoples. Moten said, quote, and all of this is done in an effort to paint the United States as exceptional, and I think an honest person who reads American history who finds it impossible to accept that notion. Like, I'm sorry, if you hear, like, sniffing, that is the cat. Again, I thought her nap would be longer. Get off. Despite the painful racial fault lines of the U.S. today, Moten says he remains optimistic that things will be better with time and that, quote, good ultimately will triumph. Quote, I am a student of history, so I have a lot of evidence to back that up, he says, citing the reunification of Germany, the end of apartheid in South Africa, and closer to home, the success of the Montgomery bus boycott. Quote, I think one of the difficult things for a lot of people to accept is that we have to work constantly to make sure that equal protection means equal protection for all, that equal rights means equal rights for all, and that we can't rest on our laurels. So, yeah, that is just, again, that's like the historian here unpacking this. And that's just something that I wanted to talk on because it's not just like some like, oh, world star, oh, some fight for the internet. Like, this is a serious, like, historically significant moment, this fight that was like, that unfolded, and yeah, man, it's just, it's just fascinating to me how, especially on Twitter and social media, how people have come together. And again, this is not to say that this was on the racial line, because like there were some white folks too, like saying like, nah, man, they fucking had what coming to them, So, it's just nice to see like there are allies in this movement of, black liberation, that like they understand the principle of the situation of like, nah, this is bullshit. Again, like I don't really like viewing politics along racial lines, but being that we're in America, it's inescapable because that was what it was created as. It's interesting on a sociological level how like race relation and multicultural societies are formed. And the United States is unique in that it's explicitly colonial. I mean, this is a colonial state. Like, this is a settler colonial system. And, those racial issues, the racial hierarchies in this society are inescapable. And there's also places like, South Africa, right? So, they had South Africa. They had Malema, being chastised and criticized because they had a rally for the EFF. One of the, I don't know the full extent of it because it's like a communist party. Like I heard they're more like Trotskyites. Yeah, I'm not too big on that, but they're left wing. They're left wing. They're hard left wing party, and of course Malema. He was in the rally singing "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer." It's honestly like I was honestly vibing to it. I'm like, yeah, kill the Boer. Let's go. But it's not even like a white genocidal sort of call for violence. It's literally just like a resistance song. And again, the term Boer is not like an ethnic thing. It's more like it literally just means farmer. But again, the South Afrikaners, they want to view themselves as like being part of Africa. Like bro, you're Dutch. Like that's you're not African, you're Dutch, okay? But again, you say that, oh no, you want white genocide. That's literally what they said, though, at the end of apartheid. They literally said, oh, they're going to kill us. They're going to kill us. I don't know how the African accent is, the South African one. They're going to kill us. Fucking Elon Musk and shit, Like, there's a lot of people who fled South Africa, white people who fled South Africa. And then there's also, like, Rhodesia. It's like, bro, like, we've already seen what, like, decolonialism looks like in Rhodesia. And, like, they didn't, like, massacre all the white people. In fact, all the white people left. And that's when like a lot of the economic concerns came to pass because all the white people left because they couldn't have their ethno-state. And of course, South Africa, they ended apartheid, but then there's still issues of land reform, wealth redistribution, because like these Boers, the white farmers, they own like somewhere like 80-90% of the land, so it's like you can't just like say, oh, apartheid's over, but then like make no changes to the economy or to the wealth. So that's like honestly such a dog whistle when they talk about the issues in South Africa, because Nelson Mandela took over and everything went to shit. And it's like, no, man, like they just didn't make any changes. But again, there's a lot of racist people who see black people in charge and can only think negative things. Anyway, to at least get on topic, because it's sort of linked with this brawl where there's like just like those racial disparities, and again, in colonial systems where white people literally colonize the land and they create these systems that eventually come to bite them in the ass. But then all they can do is just project and gaslight and just be like, no, it's they messed it up, when it's them who started everything. So wrapping up at least with that Montgomery fight and sort of the historical implications of the fight. Again, there's a lot to unpack with that. Yeah, there was a how do I say this? Because this is not necessarily collapse related, but it is linked with social media. And again, this was sort of like a big controversy that showed up. And again, this is relating to Kai Cenat and that little riot that he incited, I guess. And this is me not trying to hate on him. Again, I don't, these like social media guys, like Kai Cenat, Aiden Ross, like SQC. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't fucking care about these guys. But this at least had some real world consequences that occurred. So from what I understand, at least, because Kai Cenat, he wanted to do a gaming console giveaway. It's just like literally just like, oh, meet me here. I think Union Square in New York. Oh, meet me here. I'm going to give out PS4s and shit. But it's like, bro, this is fucking New York, man. Like, all these kids are going to come out. That's precisely what happened. And it was a fucking disaster. It's just like so stupid to think about. All these different things that occurred. Because, yeah, man, what's the thought process, like, to be honest? Because, like, they just, they just, like, had this giveaway that led to unrest. And, it's interesting. Again, I don't really care too much about it. It's just something to at least highlight, because it shows how quickly, it shows many things. And I don't want to sound like a boomer being like, these kids have no respect. Because, like, look, man, these kids got nothing left to do. I mean, they clearly have a lot of free time on their hands. And, we're not living exactly in a time that's the most uplifting and inspiring for young people at this time. So naturally, somebody like Kai Cenat is going to have a lot of appeal. Yeah, it's I don't even know how to unpack it. It's sort of like okay, so here's what I will say, at least, because it's jarring for me to like watch something like this where young people are capable of being mobilized, but it's for something like a PS5, it speaks to the consumerism and the materialism of our time, where young people are able to get out on the street because they get motivated by a gaming console. Like I'm a gamer, but it's like I'm not gonna go to some giveaway where expecting somebody to hand out PlayStations and such. Again, I think it just speaks to the disillusionment of young people at the moment, that they haven't had that awakening consciousness. Like, they don't really care about like the ideology. They don't really care about ideology or politics. It's literally just like, nah, I'm out here. I'm gonna get my clout. I don't even know what they're saying. Like a Riz, get my clout. Clout chasing. That's really all. Like a lot of young people, that's all they aspire to. It's just getting clout. It's just complete misguidance. Their attention is focused on these distractions. Because I don't even know what Kai Cenat does. He's just a Twitch streamer. That's literally it. He just like gets on camera and just fucks around. And it's whatever, if you watch him, fine, whatever, he's an entertainer, like, does he even rap? Like, I don't even know. Like, it would make a lot more sense if he did like music or he rapped or something. But nah, he's just a Twitch streamer. He's just like, he gets on camera and people log into him. Again, that's like these this changing internet environment, social media. It's like I'm starting to feel like a boomer now because like like people like Mr. Beast. Like, I never even knew about him until like that Squid Games challenge that he did. And I'm like, who the fuck, Mr. Beast? And then they also have like the burger chain in our university. I'm like, who the fuck is Mr. Beast? And it's just like, yeah, like millions of followers. Like, it's just like, it's really crazy how insulated certain like internet subcultures are. And then like you find them like, like Try Guys or whoever the fuck they were. Like, they had a huge following and I didn't know who the fuck they were. I'm like, wow, man, there's just like all these like hidden corners of the internet where like millions of people are in this community and it's like you never know about it. It's crazy. So yeah, but now in this instance it actually came out into the real world and now people know who Kai Cenat is because he instigated a riot or at least he's being accused of instigating a riot because like I don't think he wanted people to start busting out windows and jumping on cars, but like you get thousands of young people together, young people who don't, like, I'm just be honest, they don't have a lot of respect for public safety. And again, this is not me trying to sound like a boomer, but like, it's like there are certain young people that just have no respect. They don't really give a shit about the damage they cause. There's like some young people who are like stepping on windshields, jumping on cars. It's like, what, like how, like, again, they have no ideology. They're just here for clout. They look, looking tough on the street. Again, I'm sure, because like there's probably some people from the Bronx and Brooklyn who came down there, Queens. There's some like, dilapidated communities, low-income communities. So, I mean, yeah, man, some of these kids are tough and like they're just out there, I mean, some of them probably didn't even want the fucking PlayStation. They just saw an opportunity to be chaotic, and that's sort of the problem with this event that was caused. Because, like, you can't just have like a random like flash mob of like, oh, I'm just gonna hand out like stuff, and then like imagine if he actually was there handing out PlayStations. Like, bro, people would have been fighting and stealing from each other. Like, that's literally, I'm pretty sure that's what happened, and like people were fighting and robbing each other. It's just a complete chaos. And of course, the police had to respond. And of course, when the police respond to a crowd of primarily black, probably Hispanic young people, it's going to be over the top and violent. And like, there's some videos where, they literally smashed the kid's face through a windshield. It's like, bro, like, but of course, you see these conservatives and they're like, that's what you get. We don't respect the law and order. Bro. So I don't know. There's like a lot to unpack with that. There's, I just, it shows that young people can be mobilized, but right now they're misguided. They're distracted. They're not like, they don't have that political consciousness, that social consciousness. And some people just have no respect for the rule of law. I'm not saying like, this is not me to say, you must respect the law. Stop, criminal. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But, it's, you like, there's nothing productive of like smashing a car. There's really nothing productive. And this isn't even like a riot, say like the George Floyd riots, where like there's actual like social justice involved, where there's like, again, I don't even like rioting, but I understand where it's coming from. But in this instance, it wasn't due to any social justice issue. It was purely just chaos. That's all it is. It's just chaos. Anyway, so that's something I want to talk about. I'm not too sure about Kai Cenat, like what's going to happen with him. Because, like, just the idea of him being sent to, like, Rikers or something, I'm just like, oh, shit. Like, it's like, bro, you in trouble. Like, so, yeah. But that's just something to touch up on. So, yeah, I did speak at length about domestic politics and just, like, domestic issues and topics. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to highlight on. And now we're stepping into more international subject matters. Here, at least, talking about international subjects, geopolitics, just overall, different moves that are occurring, especially by the United States, because we're sort of in a Cold War now. I mean, people have talked about the U.S. being in a Cold War, a new Cold War, but like the U.S. just keeps making more moves and just making things more intense. I don't know what the United States is planning. Like, we have so many problems at home. But our priority right now is to instigate a war with Iran, with China, with Russia. Like, that's the priority. Not healthcare in this country. Again, rising homelessness, rising suicides. People can't afford anything. The wages are stagnant. Defaulting on their debts. Credit card debts rising. Nothing to fix about that. But we got to start a war with Russia. We got to start a war with Iran and China, North Korea. This country has completely lost the plot. So, Joe Biden had recently made proposals, or at least some orders, I think, to put like military personnel, like security, onto like oil tankers, like civilian merchant marine tankers in the Persian Gulf. So like, this is a serious escalation that could get further. I mean, this is probably one of the most dangerous areas at the moment in terms of like maritime trade, especially the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran has been seizing and capturing different vessels and such. I don't know, man. Like, the U.S. is just making moves. But, this is from the insider, because they're talking about certain escalations that can occur in the future, and they're trying to draw back from an earlier example of a flashpoint that occurred in the Persian Gulf between the U.S. Navy. And so I wanted to at least touch up on this, at least reading from the Business Insider. So reading here from Business Insider, tensions are rising in the Persian Gulf, where the U.S. is deploying additional air and naval forces to deter Iranian seizures of commercial tanker ships. The deployment has led to renewed fears of conflict between the U.S. and Iran, drawing comparisons to another clash 35 years ago that was a decisive victory for the U.S. and a devastating defeat for Iran. In late April, as part of its sanction enforcement efforts, the U.S. confiscated a tanker loaded with Iranian oil bound for China. Days later, Iran responded by seizing a Marshall Island flag tanker. In July, the U.S. said it had prevented Iranian seizures of 2 other tankers and that Iran has harassed, attacked, or seized nearly 20 internationally flagged merchant vessels since 2021. In recent weeks, the U.S. has deployed F-35s and F-16 jets to the Gulf, along with warships and 3,000 Marines and sailors. The Biden administration is even considering putting Marines on merchant vessels to prevent Iranian seizures. Earlier this week, during drills near the Iranian-controlled island in the Gulf, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard unveiled a new naval vessel armed with missiles with a range reported at 370 miles, likely a deliberate display of capabilities. The rising tensions and military buildup had led to comparisons to the Operation Earnest Will, which saw U.S. warships deployed to the Gulf from 1987 to 1988 to escort reflagged Kuwaiti tankers that Tehran had been targeting throughout the second half of the Iran-Iraq War. In tandem with Earnest Will, the U.S. launched the covert Operation Prime Chance to expose and prevent Iranian mine-laying in the Gulf. The first tanker to be escorted during Earnest Will, the SS Bridgeton, struck an Iranian mine on July 24, 1987. There were clashes and confrontations between U.S. and Iranian forces throughout Earnest Will, the biggest of them during Operation Praying Mantis, which the U.S. launched 4 days after a guided missile frigate USS Samuel struck an Iranian mine on April 14, 1988. Operation Praying Mantis was the U.S.'s largest naval action since World War II. During the hours-long fight, U.S. forces sank the Iranian frigate Sahand and crippled the U.S. frigate Sabalan, which was intentionally left afloat to avoid further escalation. More than 50 Revolutionary Guard and Iranian naval personnel were killed, while the U.S. lost 1 Sea Cobra helicopter and 2 of its crew members. A naval clash now would likely have a markedly different outcome. After all, Iran has made significant changes to its naval forces and tactics over the past 35 years, becoming, quote, much more asymmetric, according to Brian Clark, a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute and expert on naval operations. Iran's naval forces now consist of the Revolutionary Guard, Corps Navy, also known as the GCN, and the regular Iranian Navy. Clark told Insider, quote, "The Revolutionary Guard operates in the Persian Gulf and uses mostly small, fast boats that are hard for traditional navies to counter," Clark said. "These fast boats often carry anti-ship missiles or are set up to operate remotely and attack as drones. The Iranian Navy still primarily consists of frigates and corvettes, which operate outside the Gulf, and is much more like the other conventional navies." So that's at least their capabilities and their different tactics, right? As they're saying, there's a Revolutionary Guard Navy and the regular Iranian Navy, and we're entering a different stage of naval warfare where it's more reliant on like long range capabilities, anti-ship missiles. And this is just talking about like their surface fleet. This is not to talk about, say, like their ground-based, ground-to-ship missile systems, which I'm sure they've invested in. I'm sure they've at least either developed their own capabilities with anti-ship, land-based anti-ship missiles, or at least invested heavily in Chinese or Russian capabilities and weapons. And then, of course, there's drones. I mean, the face of warfare has changed completely, and this is a huge challenge for the U.S. Navy. And I don't think the U.S. Navy is, again, like a lot of the times we're just like sort of overconfident. This is not to say that if there were a sort of conflict to occur, that the U.S. wouldn't be able to unleash like just complete devastation. But I think they would be surprised by at least the initial outbreak of Iranian capabilities. And again, this is not me saying that I want a war, but yeah, man, like this is completely different now in terms of the naval capabilities of the U.S. and we're too involved in this region. It's just alarming because, as they're saying, they already had like a conflict like 30 years ago, 35 years ago. So a new flashpoint now would certainly escalate things. Like, again, like Russia and China would not just stand by and watch the Iranian Navy get wiped out as they did in the 80s. Like, there would be a response. So it's it's interesting. I mean, it's I don't know what we're planning to do. I don't know why we're gearing up for war for all these different powers. It's just like again, and then if a war does break out, we're gonna get all patriotic and support the troops and whatever. It's fucking bullshit, all of it. But again, once this war breaks out, dissenters like myself are certainly going to be alienated, possibly even like prosecuted, because like they're going to bring all kinds of like sedition acts and like anti-war movement. Like they're going to definitely attack that. But yeah, man, these tensions are escalating. And then this is also some other moves that have been occurring because like there's talks of these confrontations within the Gulf. But then also there's other political dealings that have occurred or at least come to light, especially in this instance, as I'll talk about with Pakistan. So what's been leaked is that in Pakistan, this is something that's sort of kind of underreported on, because they had the Prime Minister Imran Khan, or the former Prime Minister, who was, as they're showing here, couped, essentially. And I mean, like the U.S. basically did another coup because Imran Khan had taken a neutral position on the Ukraine war. Because again, a lot of these third world countries, they don't care. Like they don't really care about the Ukraine war. So the United States now has to meddle and overthrow governments because their sovereign leaders have said we're not taking a position. It's not even like a pro-Russia position. It's literally just we have no stake in this fight. We literally they don't. It's Pakistan. What would they care about Ukraine? But it's part of the Ukraine position, and then also different deals that have occurred with Iran. This is an effort to isolate Iran because under Imran Khan, there had been a deal for a pipeline which the United States wanted to sabotage and undermine. So now with this new government that has taken over with the help of a U.S. coup, that pipeline deal has gone under. And I think even now they're talking about like military bases, like American military bases in Pakistan, which like was unthinkable like unthinkable, but now like that's like a real possibility. So, and then also like too, again with Afghanistan, like this talks about secret dealings with Afghanistan where they're going to release certain assets, gold assets and reserves in an effort to isolate Iran. So like just so funny how like within the course of like a couple years, now we're working with the Taliban because now Iran is the target. It's just, again, that's this American diplomacy for you. So reading from The Intercept, at least just talking on different findings. So here, they're saying here from The Intercept, for a year and a half, Pakistani politics has been gripped by word of a diplomatic cable said to describe U.S. State Department officials encouraging the removal of former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan from power. Last week, The Intercept published the contents of the cable, known internally as a cipher, which revealed U.S. diplomats pressing for the removal of Khan over his neutral stance on the conflict in Ukraine. Since it was published, the response to the story from Pakistani and U.S. officials have been both defensive and contradictory. Pakistan's leadership quickly began to question the authenticity of the document. Former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Sudari, who is part of the political opposition to Khan, has gone public suggesting that the published cable was inauthentic, arguing that anything can be typed up in a piece of paper. Even so, he blamed Khan and said the former prime minister should be tried under Pakistan's official secret acts for potentially leaking classified documents. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, in the days after the cable was reported, told local media that the leak represented a, quote, a massive crime, while hedging about whether its contents were true. Just days later, though, Sharif confirmed the document in an interview with The Guardian. Quote, Khan said he had the cable, but he had lost it, end quote. Sharif, who had handed over the government to a caretaker prime minister on Monday, said, quote, now it has been published on a website, end quote. Neither Sharif nor Bhutto Zodari have provided evidence of Khan's involvement in the leak of the document, which was provided to The Intercept by a source inside the Pakistani military. On Wednesday, a month after it announced an investigation, the Pakistani government filed charges against Khan for mishandling and misusing the cable. Despite confirming the document's authenticity, Sharif said that the cable, which quoted U.S. diplomats, furious with Khan for his alleged, quote, aggressive neutrality toward Russia, threatening Pakistan with isolation should he stay in power, did not represent a conspiracy against the former prime minister. The self-contradictory three-step move to simultaneously question the document's authenticity, blame Khan for leaking it and what amounts to a treasonous act, and then add that the substance of the cable is unremarkable, has characterized the Pakistani and State Department response over the past week. On the U.S. side, the State Department had previously dismissed claims by Khan that the U.S. had pressured him to be removed from power. After the disclosure of the leaked cable, the State Department officials told The Intercept that they could not comment on the accuracy of a foreign government document, but argued that the comments did not show the U.S. taking sides in Pakistani politics. Quote, nothing in these purported comments showed the United States taking a position on who the leader of Pakistan should be, the State Department spokesperson Matt Miller said in a statement to The Intercept. When pressed further on the document at a press briefing, Miller told a reporter who was asked whether the substance of the reported conversation in the cable was accurate, that the report was, quote, close-ish. Wow. It's like, maybe we did. Maybe we didn't. You have to find out. It's so dumb. But it's pretty obvious that the U.S. did coup Imran Khan. Khan himself has reportedly been placed under escalating pressure while in prison. He is currently serving a 3-year sentence for corruption charges that his supporters say are politically motivated. The campaign against Khan culminated in this week's terror investigation for the cable leak. A widespread crackdown against his supporters continues, with thousands still languishing in detention over allegations of involvement in his political party in a series of anti-military demonstrations that took place in the country in May. The U.S. government, meanwhile, deemed the crackdown, quote, an internal matter for the Pakistani government, while continuing to engage the Pakistani military that is believed to have orchestrated Khan's removal. The disclosure of the cable and the revelation that Khan had been largely truthful in his depiction of its contents, including an accurate quote of a State Department official saying that all would be forgiven if Khan were removed from power, could reshape the course of Pakistan's political crisis. The cable's publication has already become a major topic of conversation in Pakistani media. Khan's own political fate now largely depends on how far the present military-led government decides to pursue its vendetta against him and his supporters. The revelation of the cable's contents and the division that the violent repression of Khan's party have evidently opened inside the military establishment only further heightens a crisis that has gripped Pakistan since Khan was removed from power last year. So, yeah, it's a deep, serious situation in Pakistan. And, it's, how do I say this? Because Pakistan is a nuclear power, so it's very dangerous considering that it's a nuclear power and yet it's a failed state, political crisis. Yeah, man. So, if something happens in Pakistan, say a civil war, as a result of this, that has serious, global ramifications. I mean, India is, right next door. And of course, if something happens in Pakistan, India might intervene, the United States might intervene, and then that's going to escalate even further. So, again, if they didn't have nukes, and this would just be run-of-the-mill internal politics of a, Central Asian... Yeah, I mean, it's Central Asia, right? South Asia, dictatorship, right? Third world country. Not to say that it's good what's happening, but this wouldn't have such global spanning ramifications. But they have nukes, and that's very dangerous. And if that situation destabilizes, that's going to lead to some severe problems. So, and it's just again, this idea that Pakistan was taking a position of neutrality in this Ukraine conflict, as they have every right to, because, what does Pakistan have to gain? What stakes does Pakistan have in Ukraine? But again, it's an effort to keep, because they don't want Pakistan to cozy up to Russia. It's the axis of evil, right? This coalition that's forming, But yeah, but it just goes to show, all this talk about democracy and sovereignty and the international rule of law, it's bullshit. The United States will coup anybody they deem to get in the way. Yeah, man. I mean, this is just the sneak peek into how the U.S. operates diplomatically and the levers that they'll pull and the pressure that they'll apply to keep their political opposition at bay. To keep them, suppressed. So. That's one coup that happened, but there's other coups around the world, and the United States has a hand in everything. Not just the United States, just the West in general. And so this is just the age of imperialism that we're in, where it isn't so upfront, but it's still there. They have their hand everywhere. So again, that's in Pakistan, but of course I'll expand on other coups and other interventions that are occurring. And so as we're unpacking this series of coups and interventions within the global south, this is not to say that all the coups, I mean, a lot of them are a direct result of United States intervention, meddling. Others are in response to it. These coups are in response to it. So as we've looked in places like Africa, West Africa, there's a bit of a crisis that's unfolding that's still very much in play. I mean, so for the last 2 weeks or so, Niger has had a coup, and in place is a military provisional government, along with this coalition of other West African states like Mali and Burkina Faso, and also Guinea to an extent. So there is a bit of a block that's unfolding between these anti-Western, anti-colonial coup governments, and then they're in direct opposition of the more Western-friendly, colonial puppet Western African countries, being Nigeria for the most part. Yeah, so, not to say that I'm an expert in these geopolitical, the history of that region. There's a lot in play. So, effectively, just to summarize, in Niger, as I said about 2 weeks ago, there's a coup, and that was in direct response or defiance of what the coup government claims is a French puppet state. And of course, France has been carrying out neo-colonial policies in that region, particularly with the CFA franc. So it's very much financial resource, exploitation of the region, former colonies. So this coup government, they're basically, the Niger is as they're pointing out, is a critical, well, not necessarily critical, but a major exporter of uranium, which is I think in some estimates they say about 10% of the French energy sector. So, yeah, I mean, France, they're definitely shaken up by this. Of course, the French government doesn't recognize this coup government. So, yeah, there's a lot in play. I mean, again, this is something that is like literally like tomorrow. Like there could be a flashpoint because at this point, the ECOWAS, which is the whole acronym is Economic Community of West African States, they've effectively authorized military intervention, military force. So they are mobilizing troops, particularly Nigeria, and Mali and Burkina Faso. They have officially made their declaration of support for Niger, which they're saying if there's an intervention, they will step in. So, an attack on one is an attack on all. Guinea, on the other hand, hasn't directly made such an outright claim of support, but they have been saying that they would not, Guinea is saying we don't want an intervention in Niger. We won't recognize an intervention in Niger. So that's not necessarily an outright claim of support like an alliance, but it's certainly leaning that way, sympathetic. And then also Algeria. Algeria is now starting to step in. They're starting to say that they would also be opposed to an intervention in Niger. So, I mean, this is gearing up for like a very serious regional confrontation. I mean, the idea of like a regional war is, that's not something to take lightly because they already been dealing with low-level insurgencies and civil wars, and again, as we said, coups and such. So, an outright war between states that could cause a lot of problems. And these countries, this is the idea that these countries, they're like that there are less developed. They are very much rural communities in those areas, but they're also resource rich. So this is a direct result of the West, France, and the United States exploiting and extracting from this region. But people who live there, between these countries like Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, like each of them, they have roughly about 20 million civilians, or the population of 20 million. So that's in total like close to like 60 million. So these nations, they are heavily populated, and if a war breaks out, that is going to create a unprecedented refugee crisis. So again, like the idea, the prospect of a war right now is very dangerous, and it's just so fascinating to me because like France, they're trying to frame it as like, oh, we're trying to restore the constitutional order. They're trying to say, oh no, we're trying to restore the balance, and this illegitimate government, they have no respect for the rule of law. But then they're going to start a war in Africa, and then watch, there's going to be a huge refugee crisis as a result because there's a fucking war, and they're going to start fleeing into Europe. And already we're dealing with the migrant crisis in Europe, but this would just escalate that, which is going to cause places like France to get more right-wing and more anti-migrant. So it's like you go into these regions, you destroy it, create this, you escalate this horrific war. Because again, the idea of a war right now breaking out in Africa is like really bad. Like, so they're gonna meddle in this region in the name of democracy, right, and freedom. But then they're just gonna get an influx of refugees, which they're gonna say, no, we can't have these refugees that we basically like created because we started a war in their homes. There's just a lot happening, and there's like, again, there's so many factors and factions involved with this, and there's also, as I said, because there's the coup governments, the military, I'm sure there's also like the loyalists, right, to the coup government. So there's that split. But then also there's the insurgencies, because these countries have been dealing with insurgencies, namely like ISIS and other Islamist groups. Yeah, in places like Mali, the French military did intervene in. So yeah, I mean, this is not a region that's already like, it's already destabilized. So like, this is just going to make it even worse. And as they're reporting, at least from AP News, they are reporting of skirmishes and attacks that are unfolding. And I've heard some reports, or I shouldn't say reports, just rumors, really, because these are mainly like ISIS fighters that are carrying out these attacks. And they're saying, oh, well, they're probably getting assistance from the CIA, because this is the new age of warfare, Cold War, where there's these proxy wars breaking out, and the United States and France aren't going to directly invade. Well, I don't know about France. I mean, France could seriously put troops on the ground, but yeah, they at least are going to assist their assets, primarily insurgencies. I mean, if they work with with ISIS, if they have a common enemy, I mean, they're going to work with the Taliban for Iran, right? So why wouldn't they work with ISIS? So I don't know. This is like already like they're like next week, as the weeks pass, like there's this uncertainty that's going to keep rising, because again, like this war that could break out could be huge. And again, this isn't like a war between militias and factions. I mean, there will be militias involved, but there's also states involved, primarily Nigeria, which is the powerhouse of the region. So yeah, at least I'll talk from AP News, just commenting on this attack that killed 17 in Niger, and see what they say. So this is from Niamey, from the capital of Niger, in the AP News reporting. So insurgents killed 17 soldiers and wounded nearly 24 in the first major attack in half a year against the army in Niger, where Western powers fear a coup by the elite presidential guard last month is weakening a rare ally against jihadi violence in West Africa's Sahel region. And there's also, it should be noted, they'll expand on, but yeah, U.S. has bases in Niger, like a significant drone base. So like there's no way that we're not going to have some involvement in this. So yeah, Niger was one of the last democratic countries in the region south of the Sahara, and France and the U.S. have about 2,500 military personnel there who are training Niger's forces. France also conducted joint operations with its former colony, but since the coup, Paris and Washington have suspended military operations, giving the jihadis major breathing room. A military detachment was attacked Tuesday afternoon as it moved between the villages of Bani and Torodo in the Tillaberi region. The Ministry of Defense said on state television Tuesday, the wounded were evacuated to the capital, Niamey. It was the first major attack against Niger's army in 6 months, a worrying sign of possible escalation, said Wasim Nasser, a journalist and senior research fellow at the Sufan Center, a think tank. Quote, "What we are witnessing today is both jihadi warring factions, the Islamist State group, and Al-Qaeda affiliate, marking their territory because of the security void caused by the coup. This definitely should be seen in the context of the ongoing war between two groups," he said. Neighboring countries are threatening military action against the coup, whose supporters said Wednesday that they would register volunteers to fight and help with other needs, so the junta has a list in case it needs to call on people. One organizer, Amasaru Bako, claimed that the junta is not involved in finding volunteers to defend the coup, although it is aware of the initiative. It is not clear how the real possibility of a regional conflict is. Many Bazoum supporters have been silenced or gone into hiding, and rallies to support the president are quickly shut down by police. Several ministers and politicians from deposed President Mohamed Bazoum have been detained since the coup, with human rights groups unable to have access to them. The Western African Regional Bloc, ECOWAS, said it has activated a standby force to restore order in Niger. Bako, one of the founders, told the Associated Press on Tuesday that a recruitment drive will launch Saturday in Niamey, as well in cities where invasion forces might enter, such as near the borders with Nigeria and Benin. two countries that have said they would participate in an intervention. Regional tensions are deepening as the standoff between Niger and ECOWAS shows no signs of diffusing, despite signals from both sides that they are open to resolving the crisis peacefully. Last week, the junta said it was open to dialogue with ECOWAS after rebuffing the bloc's multiple efforts at talks, but shortly afterward charged Bazoum with high treason and recalled its ambassador from neighboring Ivory Coast. Analysts say the longer the coup drags on, the less likely an intervention will occur as the junta cements its grip on power, likely forcing the international community to accept the status quo. United States Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said on Tuesday there was still room for diplomacy to return the country to constitutional order, and said the U.S. supported ECOWAS's dialogue efforts, including its contingency plans. So that's at least just the summary that we have there. And of course the U.S. is making their comments. Anthony Blinken, and then also Victoria Nuland she's the Deputy Secretary. She was also in Niger, so they're at least getting involved. I'm just curious about France, at least, and Macron, because France has a big stake in this region. This is it's kind of funny how France talks all the shit about the U.S. invading Iraq and some other places, but then you don't really hear anything about their actions in West Africa, with that they're still very much being a colonial power in. Yeah, so it's, again, as they're saying, the longer this drags out, the less likely there'll be an intervention. But again, there's so much that could occur. And again, I'm pretty sure these ECOWAS countries, they understand that a war wouldn't be in their best interest, that will cause more problems. But again, there's also that precedent of these coups and destabilization, and their priority really is to maintain democracy. And I say that in quotes, because they're it's funny, it's an economic group, and yet they also have military power to intervene. It's we're just again have to watch what happens here. But as they're saying also, and I know I said that maybe these jihadi groups are CIA assets, and that's still a very real possibility. But also that the destabilization of the government and the military could facilitate them to get a little more daring. And then also the U.S. has pretty significant base in that region, pretty big drone base, which they're saying that they're not going to leave. So it's all right, so now we're occupying another country. Yeah, it's just so funny how the U.S. can just put a base down. It's we're not leaving. Again, we have bases in Syria, and it's why? Are we at war with Syria? But it's for their oil fields. So yeah, this is just imperialism. That's what it is. It's just we have the right to be here because we have the big guns. And it's I don't know. Again, we're just watching this unfold. We're just gonna have to unpack it week by week. Hopefully there's no war. That would not be a good situation. But again, there's also the question of other African states, because I've read reports about Senegal, and they've been having riots, and that's something that I will probably touch upon later if it escalates further. But yeah, I mean, again, this could be there's a whole domino theory, which that pertains more to communism, so that's not necessarily applicable here, but there could be some parallels that each state, African state, could have this domino effect, and the more that there's coups, the more likely that ECOWAS and primarily Nigeria, because Nigeria is the main power base of that region, how they'll respond to that. And then also there's the question of the imperialism from other states like Russia, and I say imperialism loosely, not to say that Russia doesn't have imperialist ambitions, but it's not the same imperialism as the U.S. and France, and China as well. They're stepping up in Africa. So there's been Wagner troops that are being relocated into Niger. So again, there's a lot that's happening. This is moving pretty quickly. And again, this is just anything can happen, really. Hopefully there's no war or intervention from the ECOWAS states, because that is going to create a pretty bad situation. And just the idea, again, of just another African war, this time at least not between just militias, but actual states, that is something to watch closely. And again, just like this region as a whole, because like there's some other African conflicts that I wanted to research on, because they talk about like the Congo Wars, which they've said like is like World War Africa, right? Like where all these states got involved, and like they're saying like it's been reported that like those wars have been the deadliest conflicts outside of World War II. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack with this region and the history and the conflicts there that gets overlooked because, again, people treat it like, oh, it's just African people killing each other. But there's, of course, a lot to unpack, and it has a lot to do with the decolonialism that occurred, that, the stabilization that occurred. Yeah, very interesting. A lot of history. I don't want to get too sidetracked on that because that's something that I would like to read up on more. But at least here now, just watching this history unfold, this crisis that we're kind of at a crossroads at, and it's anybody's guess what could happen. And again, I'm certainly, I'm like, I don't know how France is going to respond, because France, like, people keep giving shit for France, like, oh, they're a bunch of pussies and they just want to, eat their frog legs and, whatever. But it's like, bro, like, when it comes to their colonial power, like, they will kill people. Like, seriously, like, they've done some messed up shit. And it's interesting, too, like, Algeria has also said, like they could also possibly step in, because, like, for them, it's like, oh, France is involved? Fuck France. Like, dude, like, all my homies hate the French, So, yeah, anyway, that's Niger. At least that coup that have occurred and the possible response from the regional community. So, again, it's anybody's guess what can happen. So, at least here, since we've kind of highlighted on that, also wanted to talk on some other international stories. And again, on this show, I speak at length about countries like Israel and their apartheid regime against the Palestinians. But now, as Israel is becoming more radicalized, because again, like, this is like, I don't know, man, like, they really are like far right. Like, this is like, it's bad. Like, they're getting crazy. Israel has stepped up their radicalism and extremism for right-wing politics. Netanyahu, who is, I'm pretty sure he's still very much under investigation for corruption and stuff and such. He is stepping up these judicial reforms to protect his position. I mean, this is a legislative coup that's occurring in Israel. But again, like, this is what happens when you have a fascist society. Again, like, all these like Israelis that I claim to be so liberal, like, they're like, I don't know how this could happen. I don't know. I thought this isn't the Israel that I fought for, because like they all have to be soldiers. But it's like, no, like, this is precisely what was going to happen, because you're a part of a military police state. And now, as they say, fascism is colonialism turned inward. So all this colonial, like, fascist police state actions against the Palestinians, now it's being turned inward. Because, again, this is what happens with the fascist police state. They need to find a target. They need to always have a scapegoat. So now they're going to turn towards other Israelis who are liberal. They're trying to have a culture war. The woke. Yeah, I don't. Again, I'm not too in tune with like the political divisions, the cultural divisions, but Israel does have an issue with right-wing extremists. One of the advisors or officials for Netanyahu is Ben-Gvir, who has a very checkered past. I mean, like, he was literally designated as a terrorist by the U.S. for some time. So, like, this guy is bad. He's a piece of shit too, because like he'll literally like show up at the spot of like families getting evicted, and he's like, bye-bye. Like, he's making fun of them as like their homes are getting stolen, because no, this is our homeland. No, this is like, it's just, these people are despicable. But of course, you can't say anything about Israel because now you're anti-Semitic. And it's just crazy too, because like I have some like extended Jewish family members, and I haven't really said anything about this with them. But it's like, I don't know, especially like the younger kids. Like, I just hope they don't fall for that like Zionist like propaganda, because it's just like, it's just so sad, because they're good kids, but it's like, then you have this nationalism, this like, we're homeland, and then of course like it's very much like, it's like in a lot of ways kind of like eugenicist, because like they want to like have the matchmaking and like you have to procreate for the homeland. Like, dude, it gets weird. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm like, from what I've heard from other Jewish folks, or at least from like the criticisms of like the birthright movement, like it's pretty much like they want people, Jews from all over the world, to settle down, have kids, and just populate the area and push out the Palestinians. Like that's the whole project. That's the whole project. And it's not even the Palestinians. Like, you hear some extremist groups, they want to go into Jordan now. Like, it's crazy. Like, they have no, they want it in Sinai. Like, they definitely want to take Sinai. Like, dude, it's just, this is so crazy. I'm sorry, man. I'm just like, but it's just like there's no end to it. But here, we're talking about Israel in these judicial reforms, which is essentially like the first like truly mask off moment, I think, for like mainstream people of like, oh, Israel is becoming problematic because this is so obviously like anti-democratic. So I'm reading from Al Jazeera, which of course, is a Kuwaiti newspaper. So you might think that that's a bit biased, but then again, like, I'm pro-Palestinian, so obviously I'm very biased, anti-Israeli. So yeah, so here from Al Jazeera, they're reporting on these reforms. So here, Israel is reeling from the fallout of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's judicial changes as protest continues. Legal challenges are launched and military personnel go on strike, possibly threatening the country's military readiness. The internal rift is months old now, and local media reported this week that senior elements within Israel's military and security establishment believe the prime minister is trying to deflect responsibility for the army reservist strikes on top military officials. Netanyahu has demanded that the top brass maintain military readiness, and far-right parliamentarians have attacked the army leadership for allowing reservists to refuse to report for duty. Netanyahu's son, Yair, on Monday shared and quickly deleted a Facebook post that branded Chief of Staff Herzi Halevi the, quote, most failed and destructive Chief of Staff in the history of the Army for not cracking down on reservists. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant swiftly defended the general as Netanyahu's top political rival, Yair Lapid, accused the Prime Minister of a cowardly attempt to shirk responsibility for the crisis. At a briefing on military readiness late Sunday, Halevi urged Netanyahu to condemn the attacks by parliamentarians on army officials, according to local media. Instead, reports about the meeting said the premier shouted at Halevi and other generals for speaking publicly on the negative repercussions of thousands of reservists refusing to report for duty. He was also quoted as telling the army chiefs that the government orders the military in a democracy, not the other way around. The premier's administration, described as the most far-right in Israel's history, had for months pushed for judicial reforms, boosting the powers of the executive branch, which were passed by the Knesset, which is their parliament, last month. The Supreme Court will hear arguments about the legislation on September 12th. Proponents say it prevents left-wing bias in the Israeli judicial apparatus, and opponents argue that it promotes authoritarianism by weakening the balance of power between the judicial branch and the government. Local media last month reported that the army intelligence had warned Netanyahu at least 4 times before the legislation passed that rivals could take advantage of Israel's domestic trouble. Some 10,000 reservists in the Israeli army has said they will refuse to report for duty if the changes are not shelved, something Netanyahu decried as, quote, insubordination, in a cabinet recording leaked to a television station last month. This week, he said in a statement, he, quote, utterly rejected the phenomenon of conditional reserve duty, end quote. But reservist protester groups continue to accuse him of playing down risks to Israeli military readiness. The protesting reservists included hundreds of reserve pilots who need refresher flights to be considered combat ready. Missing refreshers for a few months means they cannot be called up, a disaster for Air Force that relies heavily on reserve pilots. Originally envisioned as an apolitical body that would bring Israelis together, the army continues to have considerable influence in Israel, but it now reflects the division in Israeli society as people and soldiers debate the effect of Netanyahu's policy push. This fucking cat needs to go away. Please stop. Go away. Stop it. Please stop. Amid the infighting, Israel continues to launch raids on Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. So, yeah, there's lots of division happening. Yeah, this Israel, I mean, I don't personally care if Israel Israelis want to fight each other. I don't care. But I do think, because the problem with that, the more destabilized it becomes, the more jumpy they're going to get with the Palestinians and other regions. And I think also like there was like a border like sort of skirmish that occurred with Lebanon. So it's like, the more compromised Israel becomes internally, the more they're going to try to project and protect their position. So it's like, I don't know, man. It's scary to think about like Israel like kind of just like losing it because a lot of people will die in the region. So it's like, yeah, Israel is just a loose end. And of course, the United States, like if anything happens to Israel, they're just going to jump in to defend it because like that's our guy, right? I mean, and like also like Israel bombs Damascus regularly. Like they keep bombing the airports there. It's like Israel's just like a loose end. Like they're just like a loose cannon. But, again, we have to defend our allies no matter what because Iran. Yeah, because that's really what it is. And also because of this like cult worship of prophecy, right? Revelation, Jesus returns at Tel Megiddo or whatever. It's like, so like that's the fucked up thing. All of this is just because of religion. That's really all it is. I know it's like a gross simplification of it, but it really boils down to that. The Israelis have their religious beliefs of the homeland of Israel. And this isn't to say that Jewish people can't live there. It's like, yeah, they can. Like, Jewish people were living there, But the Zionists make it so that, no, like, this needs to be a Jewish ethno-state. And we have to completely just push away all the Palestinians. Because the Jews don't want to be the second-class citizens. They want to be on top. They want to, it's a colony. That's what Israel is. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Because, like, if shit does go sideways for Israel, I really don't think that they'll last as long as they think they will. I mean, because they would need serious intervention from the United States in order to survive. If they, like, managed to piss off the whole region. Because, like, there was, like, another incident with Egypt where, like, a police officer got killed. So, like, I don't know, man. Like, again, I don't think the U.S. is in a position to, like, fully support Israel. Well, I don't know. There could be a time where the U.S. can't, like, maintain that, like, assurance of, like, we're going to protect you. Because, like, eventually that support from the United States is going to go away. And then what's Israel going to do? Because, like, I don't think Russia and China, I don't think they really care. If anything, they would just be like, hey, would you stop fucking with the Palestinians? Because that's bad for business and it makes us look bad. It's like the U.S. doesn't give a shit if they abuse Palestinians. And, Russia and China, I don't think they're saying that, oh, we respect the human rights. But it's just like, chill out. Because, like, Israel is just fucking loose. Like, again, like every day you see a new video of like a soldier fucking shooting a kid or like beating on some old man. It's just like, why? It's just like they just kill people. And then you can't say anything. Like, you can't say anything. This is like the one place where you say, hey, like, you probably shouldn't abuse Palestinians. Oh, you just want to kill all Jews. Like, that's like, it's like, just take it to the next level. It's like, what the fuck? Like, that's not what I said. I don't know, man. It's crazy. Crazy times in Israel. Of course, they're sliding further into authoritarianism. Of course, they're already authoritarian, but it's like, no, like, we're free, but we're gonna occupy and kill as many Palestinians as we have to. And then now it's becoming like, oh no, these left-wing radical elements, these liberal elements, they're, undermining our, state. That's what it's turning into. It's unbelievable. And yeah, this Ben Gvir, yeah, he's bad. And then I've also read that Israel or Netanyahu has approved to start their own like National Guard like militia unit. So like it's all going to be like these radical settlers. My God, like this is just bad. It's bad. And as I said, it's becoming more and more clear to a lot of mainstream people what Israel is doing. And I just hope that there's a point where it's more acceptable to be more public about it. Like, in places like here, Texas, like it's sort of like illegal to like boycott Israeli products like that. That's where it becomes like, so yeah, but anyway, so that's Israel and the judicial reforms there that are going to further divide the nation. And as they're saying, possible undermining of the military readiness. The reservists were going on strike, and then also just the ability, Israel having problems with their neighbors, Palestine, Jordan, Syria, Egypt. It's a situation that could escalate. So with this story, in places like Israel sliding into authoritarianism, there's other places in the world where they're very likely going to have authoritarian, right-wing elements, stepping up, getting support and power. And, particularly in places like Europe, because Europe now is starting to experience an economic recession, or at least, the sort of dominoes are falling, because first Germany had slipped into recession, and now the Netherlands has also slid into recession. So this is this could be the first signs of a serious crisis, economic crisis, and this does have a lot to do with the Ukraine war. The U.S. isolates Western Europe from Russian goods and Russian oil and gas. The U.S. bombed the Nord Stream pipeline. Again, people are going to say, "Oh no, that's conspiracies." But it's like, look, man, the main reporter on this is Seymour Hersh, okay, and he uncovered the My Lai massacre. So I'm going to take his word on this, okay. So at least in other European states, they're also starting to get the economic effects of this, ramifications of this, and this could lead to further political destabilization. So, rating from ABC News about the Netherlands sliding into recession and what that can imply for the rest of Europe and even for the United States and the global economy. So here, the Netherlands has fallen into recession after exports and household spending fell back amid rising interest rates and tended to rein in inflation, the country's statistics office reported Wednesday. The economy declined by 0.3% in the second quarter after shrinking 0.4% in the first 3 months of the year, Statistics Netherlands reported. The Netherlands, a small nation that has long punched above its weight in global trade, is now treading water after its robust rebound following the global COVID-19 pandemic, said the Statistics Office chief economist Peter Hein van Mulligen. Quote, after the coronavirus dip, the Dutch economy recovered much quicker and stronger than the rest of Europe. In the last year, that has turned around, he said. The economies in the Netherlands' neighbors, France and Belgium, both grew in the last quarter, while another neighbor, European economic powerhouse Germany, stagnated. Caretaker Economy Affairs Minister Mickey Andreasen insisted that the country's economic foundation remains good, even as consumers and businesses grapple with the effects of inflation and interest rate hikes. Andreasen said she wants to keep, quote, investing in the long-term challenges and looking at where we can tackle unnecessary price rises, end quote. While the country is officially in recession, the labor market remains strong, with unemployment close to an all-time low at 3.6%. Quote, for every 100 job seekers, there are 122 jobs, end quote, said Hein van Mulligen. The news that the country slid into recession comes as the Netherlands faces political uncertainty after the ruling coalition resigned over the summer. A national election is scheduled for late November and is likely to usher in a long round of negotiations to form a new coalition. So again, this is most likely a sign of other trends economically in Western Europe. As I said, Germany has stagnated, which is like the main powerhouse for Europe. And they're going to have their elections in the Netherlands, which could possibly skew more to the right. Who knows what can happen there, because Netherlands have been having their protests, like farmers' protests and such, due to reforms and regulations, especially I think on fertilizer. Again, I didn't follow too much on that, but this could be a sign of things to come, because in places like Germany, as they've also highlighted, far-right political parties, I think the AfD, have been getting support. When the AfD are they're Nazis. It's you think of far-right parties in other countries, it's they're kind of crazy. But then in Germany, it's hold on, hey, hold your chill out. of course, Nazis are completely outlawed in Germany, so they're most likely like monarchists, and they want to restore the Prussian glory or whatever, some other German nationalist group. But then secretly, it's like, oh yeah, I hate that. Like, it's I don't know, it's kind of scary to think about. But yeah, like they're saying that the AfD, far right party in Germany, is I think at a strength of like 21%, and there's even talks of banning the party, which like I don't care. I mean, I don't. Again, like, oh no, we have to have democracy with Nazis. Like, no, like I don't care if they ban them, but it just goes to show how quickly like so-called progressive Europe, right, when things start getting tight, they'll switch up on you, man. Like that's yeah, man. It's just like, and this isn't like saying about white people, because Europe is primarily white, but it's just like, dude, like you're saying these progressive things now, but it's like when shit hits the fan, when it gets tight, where are you gonna stand? And a lot of these people who pretend that they'll be allies, they will switch up on you. Like it's quick. So all this like enlightened European liberalism, once the economy starts going sideways, ooh, man, that's rough. That's I mean, again, like speaking just historically, I mean, the bloodiest war in history, so like it's not a good sign. Just saying. Like, it's just so funny when you study the history of warfare and you look at Europe and it's like, wow, like they're really killing each other. Like, damn. Like, it's like, yeah, other nations have wars, China, India, but it's like Europe, chill out, man. Like, Jesus, like. Anyway, so speaking of wars in Europe, because as we're seeing now in Ukraine, the largest war since World War II. I mean, this is like, it's a nuclear power against a regional third-rate state that has the support of the West and NATO. So, again, as I highlight on this show, I just want this war to end. I just want peace. If Ukraine has to cede away some land, fuck it. Because, like, it doesn't seem like they're getting it back anyway. Like, what, we're going to go 20 years at this war? No, we have to maintain Ukrainian sovereignty. We have to have Crimea back. It's like, I just, again, I don't like that Russia invaded them. I don't like war at all. But I also don't like the U.S. getting involved here, expanding NATO, encircling Russia, escalating a nuclear confrontation. I mean, again, like the whole point of NATO was supposed to be anti-Soviet, anti-communist, right? So why did it persist after the Soviet Union collapsed? Because they focused their attention on Russia. Because that's what they need. They need an enemy. And then also NATO wants to, confront China, which is like, it's North Atlantic, but China is in the Pacific, So it's like, it's all bullshit, this talk of like, no, we have to maintain the rules-based order and international rule of law. We can't have annexations and such. And I'm not saying that's good that Russia is occupying territories. But again, the U.S., we invade countries for less, okay? For less. At least Russia actually has like, it's like actually at their border. It's literally their backyard. And you don't think they're going to step in? Especially when, their own like, ethnic Russian groups in Ukraine are being targeted. Like, why wouldn't they? Like, why wouldn't they intervene? Like, it actually kind of makes some sense. It's not good. I don't like it. But there's some sense to it. You study the history of Russia, as I have. At no point in Russian history have they ever allowed any sort of encirclement or subjugation from another power. Like, it's just not going to happen. But the U.S. doesn't really care. I mean, the U.S. just wants to dominate. It's just, I don't know the thought process. Again, we're trying to start a war with Russia and China. We have all these problems at home. And those problems aren't going to get better. Like, they're not going to get better with a war. Like, it's just not. Like, it's just, like, completely brain-dead thinking. So, at least here, touching up on, oh, man. Because this story was accessible, but I don't know why it changed on me. But Ukraine has been having this counteroffensive, the fabled counteroffensive, which hasn't gone really anywhere. I mean, it's been essentially 2 months since the counteroffensive has started, and they haven't claimed. They've barely claimed, as I think I've seen, like 100 kilometers, 100 square kilometers. Like, it's like this is very clearly failing, and we're not in a. This isn't an age of warfare where you can just like take, like attritional warfare, especially considering that this is Ukraine, which is like does not have the same capabilities as Russia, manpower capabilities, industrial capabilities. Again, the only reason why they're still alive, Ukraine as a state is alive, is because we're dumping billions of dollars for their government, billions of dollars in assets for weapons and systems. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why they're still even alive. And even then, they can still barely like take they're just sending troops in. It's just like I don't know what the thought process is for the West, for Joe Biden, because we're so hung up on like Russian aggression. We have to stand against Russian aggression, but it's like the U.S. has been aggressive in this region as well. Like, they're talking about Russian imperialism, but somehow it's not American imperialism when we expand NATO, when we overthrow, like in 2014, their governments. Like, that's not American imperialism. You have nothing to say about that. So, again, that's, and there's a lot of leftists, like Vosh, right? Who is like, yeah, he's just like, oh, yeah, NATO. We have to trust NATO because Russia's obviously the worst. Again, it's like, people really like, and I know people shouldn't like just live in fear all the time, but it's like we're really at a crossroads of nuclear confrontation. I like, this is honestly worse than in the Cold War, because at least in the Cold War, they may have been some like, like in say like places like Hungary or so, where there's like a little insurrection, but it's not like deliberately funded by the U.S. Like this is the U.S. just like basically having a puppet fight with Russia. Like I don't know how to say it, but like if Iraq, let's say in the Iraq War, if we invaded Iraq in 2003 and Russia was giving them billions of dollars, weapons, like money, funding the government, giving them like fighter jets and such, like all this like cluster bombs and shit, dude, like the U.S. would not tolerate that, and then that would cause a serious like, oh, they're siding with the terrorists, and like that would cause a serious escalation. But we can do all this in Ukraine. Of course, Iraq and Ukraine are very different situations, so I'm not trying to say that it's a one-to-one comparison, but it's just the idea of the level of support that we're giving, and this proxy war, because that's what it is. It's a proxy war. It's like, I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know what the thought process is. And again, this counteroffensive isn't going anywhere. People are dying. Ukrainian men are dying for this war. That's like, taking basically inches of land. It's like World War One, but it's like advanced weaponry. So that's like in a lot of ways worse. It's unbelievable. And then what? Like 20 years from now, when there's like thousands of Ukrainians dead, and like Russia has barely had a dent in their manpower, it's like, what's the thought process? Like, dude, we spent 20 years fighting the Taliban, these fucking like goat herders in the mountains. I mean, I don't mean to like generalize, but they're living a very rugged life, essentially like rusted materials, weaponry from like the Soviet era. And we lost. We lost a 20-year war against the Taliban, okay? And we want to start a new proxy war with Russia. And we're just going to give them billions and billions of dollars, whatever, no questions asked. As our country and our streets fall apart, people are falling further into debt. And we got all kinds of money for war, but none for the people, none for the American people. And then, a lot of liberal people will be like, oh, well, what, you just want Russia to take it over? It's just like they don't, again, like a lot of peace-loving so-called, liberal folks, like they are very much in support of our aid to Ukraine, and they don't care how much we drop up on this. They don't care. They don't fucking care. Because again, they're just programmed Russia bad. They overthrew Hillary Clinton. Like that's like they kind of want to get that payback. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. All of this is stupid. So at least just kind of highlighting on this counteroffensive from CNN. And again, these like pieces that are coming out, especially on the war, they're trying to like spin it in a positive light, like, oh, well, you see, they're making slow progress, but it's like, you can't do that. Like in this age of warfare, like you have to break through the lines. You have to break through and rout the enemy. And this is not sustainable, because the US and all these other Western countries, NATO countries, the people are going to get tired of this. They're going to get fucking tired of this shit. And as I've kind of highlighted with Netherlands and Germany, the more the governments steer towards, possibly the right wing, because there's been some right wing people, conservatives, talking about like, no, we can't, like, we need to step away from this, which is crazy. How like it's crazy that the liberals have made a situation where I'm kind of like on the side of the conservatives when it comes to like an anti-war position, but their position is like, no, we can't waste this money on Russia. We have to invade Mexico and China. Like, it's just so dumb. But it's like, hey man, whatever stops this war, let's just get it done. It's just crazy, man. But anyway, but as I said, like these like shakeups, like with the governments in Europe, these coalition governments, it could create the conditions for that aid to like slowly like go away, to slowly like stop the flow of aid. And then of course the US, I don't know if that would ever happen. Again, like it's just the thought of like, I don't know at what point the US would just say, okay, we're done with this, because we're wasting a lot of material, a lot of funding for this. In a lot of ways, like our industrial capacity for like, getting those weapons and bombs out, in a lot of ways, it's like we're kind of like that production and capacity is starting to like diminish. Again, like this is like a whole new age of warfare. And when Ukraine gets all these weapons, they're just going to waste it all like immediately. And then they need a new round of aid. And it's just like, how long is that going to continue? Like, how many billions of dollars? Like, we have to drop like hundreds of billions of dollars on this war. And then like, for what? They're just like barely like inching to take land away. Like, dude, I saw this one video like that was circulating on Twitter where like there was a convoy of 8 Ukrainian vehicles. So there's 2 tanks, 4 APCs, so armored personnel carriers, and then 4 IFVs, which are infantry fighting vehicles. So this is a whole convoy, and one lone Russian tank with some help of like spotters and artillery support took them all out. And like he was like rushing that shit like it was a bum rush, like straight out of like Battlefield. Just like, it was a crazy video to watch, honestly. Very like impressive, because it's like, this is like modern warfare, modern armored warfare. But it just goes to show how like the Ukrainians will have all these capabilities. They have their Leopard tanks and like I think Challengers, and I think now they're even talking about Abrams, sending in the Abram tanks, and it's just getting wiped out. And it would just keep giving them more and more. But eventually, it doesn't matter how many like billions of dollars and like all the kinds of technology and armaments and vehicles that we send them, eventually they're gonna run out of men to fight. Like, they're killing a lot of their men. Let's actually see what the Ukraine estimates for their casualties are. Let me see. Because some estimates, they said like somebody was like, oh yeah, there's like 240,000 dead in like the Russian side, which is like, that's crazy. Like these numbers, like I can believe it in total between civilians and military personnel, 240,000. But again, this is like an ongoing conflict, so it's not something that can be easily found. So let's see. So I'm just reading some rough estimates from Wikipedia, which again, not the most reliable, but just something accessible. So they're saying, let me see here. Okay, because like I was first reading like the Donbass, like the 2014 to 2021 Donbass conflict, and it's like 14,000 killed in total. But let's see the Russian invasion. So, and these are estimates. So again, who knows how reliable they are? They're saying at least civilian casualties between 9,000 to 16,000 Ukrainian casualties. Other estimates, I think a higher estimate for the US, at least, they're saying it's 42,000 killed. So, those are the figures, at least rough estimates range. For Ukraine, casualties, and this is at least from May. So, we're in August, so, there's some updates that need to be made there. But, yeah, from the outset of the invasion, so from February 2022 to May 2023, 20,000 killed in the Ukrainian side, 130,000 wounded. For the Russian side, 50,000 killed, 180,000 wounded. Again, that's just rough estimates there. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people dying in this conflict. And, again, this is not to say that Russia hasn't been making their mistakes. They certainly have been, at least in that early stage of the conflict. But they have more men to replace. So, their numbers and casualty losses might be greater, but they have a larger pool to pull from. Ukraine doesn't have that. And, yeah, man, I don't know what's going to happen. So, at least, reading from CNN, they're reporting on this counteroffensive, trying to at least make the best of the situation. So here, Ukraine's counteroffensive inches forward with the help of cluster bombs. Ukrainian Marines have advanced for the second time in 2 weeks on the southeastern front lines towards the key city of Mariupol, with the recapture of the village of Uruzane appearing to have been partially aided by the Ukrainian use of cluster munitions. Ukraine's Deputy Defense Minister Hanna Maliar confirmed the village's liberation Wednesday morning as a CNN crew approached its outskirts with the 35th Marines. Heavy artillery fire prevented entry into the village as Russian forces shelled Ukrainian troops holding the area. Drone footage of the intense fight for the village has emerged, in which dozens of Russian troops can be seen fleeing the village's south. They are apparently shelled as they flee, at times by what seems to be cluster munitions. Two arms experts who reviewed the footage of the incident said. The experts did not want to be identified discussing a sensitive issue. Diaki, the call sign of an assault company commander, said of the Russian route, quote, "Very many are dead, especially when they started to run," end quote. The video shows dozens of Russian troops running along an open road, seemingly forced to use the asphalt as the adjacent fields and tree lines had been mined, Diaki said. The Russians also gathered in large number of houses in which they were hit by artillery. Quote, "Lots of them died there," Diaki said, adding that mortars and tanks were used in the rout. He would not comment on the use of cluster munitions. Drone videos also showed a Ukrainian tank charging alone at Russian positions, firing and dragging behind it a cable on which were attached mine-clearing explosives. The charges detonate when the tank turns away from the clashes, ensuring the clear advance of the next units through the minefields that have caused significant losses. So it's at least just some pointers on the conflict. But again, it's 2 months out, barely taking land, barely just inching forward, taking villages and towns. So they're making gains at least, but it's just how long can they sustain this? Do they have enough gas to take away all this territory? Because again, this is the attrition aspect. Because after a certain point, one side's going to run out of munitions, or at least, the idea is that you fight hard enough that their capacity to produce is overcome by the losses, which I don't think Ukraine has that capability. I don't think Ukraine has the capability to really make a dent in the Russian production capabilities. Because again, Ukraine needs all the support from the West. They have to import everything when Russia can at least produce their own weapons, their own vehicles. In fact, I think a lot of ways they're taking a lot of the older Soviet era vehicles and tanks and just refitting them with modern equipment, which some people might say, oh, well, you see, they have to go back. But it's bro, a tank is a tank, okay? Even a T-72, again, I'm not a tank expert, because that's a whole conversation, and somebody's no, don't you dare. Somebody listening now is going to be don't you fucking dare. But yeah, a tank is a tank. And even if it's from the 70s or 80s, you can refit it with modern equipment and it could have some capabilities. But again, I can't say what would happen if a T-72 tank was up against an Abrams or, a Leopard or a Challenger. Again, I don't know tanks. I'm not really big on equipment, so that's a whole other conversation. But the idea behind it at least is an Abrams tank could certainly outmatch a T-72. But if there's say if you have one Abrams tank and it could take out at least 20 of them, but there's still hundreds more, and there's just it's eventually after a certain point that Abrams tank is going to at least may not be completely destroyed, but it's going to need maintenance and such, because it's an expensive piece of equipment, especially with the fuel. That's also fuel demands there, which Russia has plenty of fuel. It's just, I don't know, man. There's just so much to unpack. It's like this whole like attrition aspect, which is what this war is turning into. It's something that Russia can certainly withstand. And after a certain point, the West and NATO, they're going to get tired of this. The people are going to get tired of this. The politicians are going to get tired of this. And the military-industrial complex, they don't really care what happens. So long as they get their money and they're making money on this, they're going to get tired as well. Like, okay, we've made our buck, so we don't really care if Ukraine loses. And of course, these Ukrainian nationalists are going to be like, oh, the world abandoned us. And it's like, no, man, this was always the plan. You got played. You got fucking played. So, anyway, that's something to at least highlight on. And then, of course, they're talking about the cluster munitions and that aspect of this conflict that is very controversial. Again, there's just so much to unpack for this. And, of course, the U.S. keeps dropping more military aid. I think at this point we're at least like at $66 billion of U.S. aid. And it's not just like complete cash funds, but it's like assets as well. But yeah, man, we just keep dropping more and more on these guys. So yeah, man, it's just crazy to think about. But yeah, so at least wanted to touch up on that international sort of sequence of events and geopolitics. And this is a pretty long episode, I'll be honest. So I will try to wrap it up as soon as I can. But now we're getting into the natural sort of weather, natural disaster events. So as we are, sort of in the peak of the summer, August is in a lot of ways like the peak of the summer, and then the summer doesn't even go away until like September. Well, September 21st is the fall equinox, but it's like those conditions will, I certainly expect this heat to continue into September and October. Like this has been a hot summer. And as I've talked about with like the Lahaina fire, we're currently in drought conditions. Vegetation is all dried up. It's hot, like 105 degrees, 103 degrees. And I'm trying to keep an eye on like the weather, because there's talk of like different hurricane activities in the Caribbean, the Atlantic. So who knows at least what would happen there. At least in the next couple of weeks, there could be some storms. In California, they're going to get a hurricane. And this is this is the first hurricane in California since 1939. Okay, that's already a Category 2 storm. So let me see here. Yeah, it's Hurricane Hillary. That bitch. No. Let's see here. All right, so it's already a Category 3 hurricane. And it's, it's primarily projected to make landfall first in Baja, Mexico. Well, they're also saying because like the waters are pretty warm, but then once it gets closer to the land, it's going to be cooler. Because again, like the Pacific is cool, so like, it's a very cold ocean. But yeah, the hurricane, at least when it makes landfall, they're saying it might be tropical storm strength. But what they're mainly concerned about is the rain, and those rain projections already, like it's projecting some serious flooding, and also like, how do I say, like mudslides. That's a major problem also in California. Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's so crazy how like they had this major drought, and then now it's switched up, and now they're getting all this precipitation and flooding and rain, and even in the mountains in the Sierra Nevada, like it snows. Like they've been having serious snow packs. So yeah, man, there's just a lot that's happening with the weather. It's crazy times. But at least here, just reading from NASA, because they've been making the reports. So they're saying that July 2023 was the hottest month recorded since 1880. And again, how coincidental. Every summer is the hottest ever recorded. It's just like every summer gets hotter. Yeah, man, it's fucking hot. I'm trying to conserve my energy, but it's like I just have to have that AC, because it's just like it's too fucking hot. It's like 105 degrees. And I'm so glad that I fixed my car and got my AC back, because there's no way that I could be out working DoorDash and such without AC, because I would fucking die. Okay, and it's rough without AC. So yeah, so at least here from NASA, just their findings on this. So according to scientists at NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York, July 2023 was hotter than any other month in the global temperature record. Overall, July 2023 was 0.43 degrees Fahrenheit or 0.24 degrees Celsius warmer than any other July in NASA's record, and it was 2.1 Fahrenheit, 1.18 Celsius warmer than the average July between 1951 and 1988. The primary focus of the GISS analysis are long-term temperature changes over many decades and centuries, and a fixed base period yields anomalies that are consistent over time. Temperature normals are defined by several decades or more, typically 30 years. So yeah, and then also here, just talking about other places here, parts of South America, North Africa, North America, and the Antarctic Peninsula were especially hot, especially temperature increases around 7.2 Fahrenheit, 4 degrees Celsius above average. Overall, extreme heat this summer puts tens of millions of people under the heat warnings and has linked to hundreds of heat-related illnesses and deaths. The record-breaking July continues a long-term trend of human-driven warming, driven primarily by greenhouse gas emissions that has become evident over the past 4 decades. According to NASA data, the 5 hottest Julys since 1880 have all happened in the past 5 years. So again, every summer is the hottest, and it's also exponential. So it's like, I'm seeing this graph here, where the past 5 summers, at least for July, global temperatures, they've been around sort of average, and then like July 2023 just like shoots up exponentially, and then it's just gonna get hotter and hotter, and it's basically squared, right? That's the exponential increase. So like, dude, like this is bad, like just the heat, and I'm just sitting here like, God, we need some rain, man. I'm sorry, man, because I keep looking at the forecast. Let me see here. Keep looking at the forecast, just hoping for some rain, and all I'm seeing is like, 106, 105 degrees, 104 degrees for the next weeks or so, and I'm just like, fuck, man, we need some rain. Goddamn, this is bad, man. This is really bad. And then again, I'm also just worried about fires and such, and wildfires. So it's concerning. It really is. As I said, just trying to have like some sort of game plan in place if there's an evacuation order for a wildfire, because like this area most definitely could get hit by a fire. Yeah, just get my cat, my computer, the clothes on my back, and just flee. And I was hoping to have a gas mask for a certain crisis like this, but at the least I think I have some N95 masks, which could help with those smoke particles. So who knows, man. But yeah, it's bad. The heat's bad. It's really bad. But then also we're like projected it might get a hurricane like a week or so. I mean, it's like, oh, we need some rain, and then a fucking hurricane comes. Honestly though, like I kind of hope for a hurricane, not for like, I shouldn't say that, because like we had Hurricane Harvey, which was bad, but it's just like we need rain, and if we get flooded, I'm okay with that, because I would prefer a flood than a fire. Yeah, of course, I don't want people to drown. Houston, it gets bad. Like it floods, and people are like swimming for their lives. So that's just something to keep an eye out, and getting at least some supplies ready. At least I have some water stocked up. So I just need to keep an eye open, because that's the thing about hurricanes. I mean, people don't really pay attention until like the very last second, and then there's a rush to the store. So at least I want to have my water in place, so that way if I have to make a supply run, that aspect is taken care of, because I have lots of empty gallons. I can have like 30 days of water, honestly. So yeah, it's again, sometimes my mom's just like, why do you have all this water? But it's like, I'm not using tap water. I don't drink tap water. And also for situations like this where there could be a hurricane. I live in like an elevated position, I live on the second story, so I'm not worried about myself getting flooded. And there's some runoff, so like it's not like the water's going to sit around. Like there's some runoff, but I'm more concerned about the infrastructure and the energy, like that. If that breaks down, and that's usually what the hurricane, that's where the damage is hit from the hurricane, because the hurricane that could like pass through in like an hour or so, but the damage from it to the infrastructure, that is what causes the survival problems. Yeah, I'm just thinking back to like Hurricane Ian in like Tampa. Like that was bad. That was so bad. I watched that live as it made landfall, and it's just like crazy to think about how like devastated that area was. This like big tourist resort area, and just completely wiped away. And it's like, these insurance companies, like they're gonna pull out. They're gonna pull out of Florida. Like they're already raising premiums. Like it's like one of the most expensive insured places in the country, and it's just gonna keep getting worse. And yeah, and like it's like also like California with like fires. At least I'm not associated anymore, but I was working for like, I wasn't State Farm like officially, but I was at least contracted with State Farm customer service. And yeah, they discontinued like homeowners insurance for Florida or for California. I'm pretty sure they're going to do Florida soon, primarily because of the fire risks. So it's just like, yeah, man. Again, that's the funny thing, because people think, no, we can't fix climate change because we can't, make these changes and address climate change because they have these economic concerns. And it's like, the economy is going to get fucked anyway. It's going to get worse, actually, for the economy. The worse climate change becomes. Like, I don't know what you're thinking, like, it's going to happen. But, again, some people, they don't want to make changes. Fuck the environment, right? So, yeah. So, at least, as they were talking about this record heat that's been breaking out. And, again, this isn't just, like, because, we have the summer in the northern hemisphere. The southern hemisphere is supposed to also have their winter. But they're also experiencing record heat. So it's like, there's no escape from this. And then also like Antarctica. Oh yeah, the Arctic for sure. I mean, the Arctic sea ice, just sea ice in general around the world is, really compromised. And they're projecting that there could be like, they're projecting like the Blue Ocean event. That's what it's called, where all the sea ice is melted away. Like they're honestly projecting that to happen before 2030. Like that's how close this thing is. And I don't know how people are going to like rationalize how, like, again, like the idea of like all the sea ice melting, and it's just like a casual thing for some people. It's just like, dude, this is apocalyptic. Like this is terrible. Like the Gulf Stream, they're also projecting that to collapse within a couple years now. Like this is escalating. This is getting bad. And there's just no action. There's just no action because it's just like, oh, who cares? The Gulf Stream, whatever. But that's going to have serious like weather effects for Europe primarily. Yeah, man, it's just like, we're seriously in a crisis. But this is like a silent, slow moving sort of change that's occurring that people aren't paying attention to. But that's going to have very real impacts on people's lives. So yeah, just some record heat that's being recorded in places like Antarctica, and talking about the sea ice levels. So I wanted to read from Universe Today, talking about the sea ice levels and how it's just decreasing, and this is just going to exponentially wither away. And once that sea ice is gone, like we're going to be entering uncharted territory. So here, their little article on this. So they're saying, we've never seen sea ice this low. So this is like record decrease in sea ice levels. Right, so while many people are living through a sweltering summer, it's the depths of winter in Antarctica. Usually, this means there's a lot of sea ice around the continent, yet this year is the lowest it's ever been. What's happening? NASA's National Snow and Ice Data Center satellite measurements show that through July of this year, sea ice coverage averaged only 13.5 million kilometers. That's the lowest measurement since the center began measuring ice in 1978. Usually, Antarctic sea ice affects an area of about 15 million square kilometers. It grows and melts with the change of the seasons. For winter 2023, the growth rate slowed down drastically, covering 2 million square kilometers less than the average. And that's unusual. But what we're seeing this year is uncharted territory in the satellite record, said Walt Meyer, a scientist at the NSIDC. There's definitely a downward trend in sea ice, and that's not new. It's a continuation of a slump in production that began in 2014. That year, ice growth around the continent was quite high. In fact, for a while, it had been increasing about 1% per decade. Since that time, production slowed. One of the most drastic declines took place in 2016. Things have gone downhill since. Quote, most of the months since 2016 have been well below average, Meyer said. And then they're seeing here the sea ice growth levels, and they're showing how, for 2023, there's 2021, which is already below the average levels, and in 2023, it's just completely stagnated. It's almost like the peak of it is already stagnating in August, when usually it's supposed to peak around, as they're saying here, like September or October. So like that is not a good sign. That's just a scary thing to see. And then they're calling about why is it declining, the causes. So the cause of this shift is not yet clear. Quote, both the increase in Antarctic sea ice prior to 2014 and its rapid decrease since are of great interest to scientists without a consensus point of view on the drivers, said Claire Parkinson, a climate scientist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. Parkinson is an expert in using satellite observations to map sea ice extent, and in 1983 she was part of the group that published the first atlas of Antarctic sea ice from satellite data. Increasingly, the decline seen around Antarctica between 2014 and 2017 was greater than the decline in sea ice in the Arctic. However, it's interesting to note that northern ice fields are also being affected by something interfering with their ice fields. Hudson's Bay, for example, was ice-free early in 2023. Other regions in the northern hemisphere, such as the Siberian Sea and the Beaufort Sea, north of Alaska, and the Kara Sea in Russia, are also losing ice cover. The popular Mendenhall Glacier near Juneau, Alaska, is definitely smaller than normal too. In early August, a nearby glacial lake outburst tied to melting ice flooded nearby areas. Authorities linked it to warming, which has helped shrink the glaciers. So these glacial floods that occur, what happens, a lot of the times in these glaciers, it's like an internal like lake. So like you'll see ice on the surface, but inside it's melted, and then it effectively bursts from the walls of the glacier, which causes catastrophic flooding. I mean, like honestly, like glaciers, like to me, like they're so fascinating because like you'll see like a piece of a glacier break out, especially from these videos, and of course they're recording like miles away. So like the equipment that they're zoomed in on gives you this sense of scale of like, oh wow, it's a glacier. But then there'll be like a glacier, like I think the largest recorded, they call it calving or something like that, where one of the largest recorded is like almost the size of Manhattan. Like that's like a crazy like thing, and that's just like ice. It's just ice, but it's like, I don't know, it's something majestic and like, it's like Cthulhu rising from the ocean, that elder god sort of like scale, But again, they're talking about how the ice is receding in Antarctica and the Arctic and other regions where this warming, particularly because July is, as they're saying, is the hottest recorded, is affecting other parts of the planet that are supposed to be in winter. It's like this is serious situation, serious implications, and also there's the El Nino that's happening, so that's also participating with that. I don't know, man. Like in a lot of ways, this really could be like the last decade before the sea ice truly melts away. Like the 30s and 40s, like honestly, like the sea ice could be completely gone. The glaciers could be completely melted. Like this is like, again, like it's just so fascinating to me and like troubling and like honestly infuriating how these boomers, they were told about climate change and their idea was like, oh, that's hundreds of years from now, so I don't give a shit. Which that's already a fucked up mindset to have. Like, you don't care about your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. Like, you don't care about the conditions of the planet that's going to affect them. Nah, fuck those kids. But this is going to happen in their lifetime. The 2050 is going to be bad. It's going to be so bad. My goodness. 2050, I'll be middle-aged, and, hopefully if I stay in shape and try to, at least stay physically active, might be able to survive whatever happens. But dude, it's just like, it's so crazy to think about these boomers. They thought they weren't going to see the worst of this, and it is obviously not the case. They're going to see how bad it's going to get. So, yeah. Anyway, not to get all, all like doom and gloom and like, these fucking boomers, but it's like, the thing when I talk about older people about stuff like climate change, and they're still in denial, because like for young people like us, we've already come to terms with it. It sucks. I don't like that this is happening, but we had no control over the situation. These boomers had control, or as much control as anybody can have, where if they had actually had some political consciousness, they could have made some changes in the government. On the one hand, nobody has control of the situation, but every generation is faced with a crisis, and the boomers failed. They were faced with this crisis of climate change. They knew what was happening, but they got complacent because they had their cozy jobs and their McDonald's and such. And that's just what consumerism and capitalism does. It just makes people complacent, and it doesn't matter to them if the world burns down, because it's fuck you, I got mine, Yeah, so that's climate change and just effects on that, with the sea ice. And as also talked about, global temperatures. I wanted to touch up on some other sort of climate issues that are occurring, because again, this idea that like the main like obstacle when it comes to these economic changes is you have these capitalists who are so scared of the fossil fuel industry going under that they'll keep that in place. Like you got the police and military ready to kill anybody who gets in the way of that. So yeah, it's like they talk about, no, this is going to hurt the economy if we make these changes. But it's like, well, in the 70s and 80s, we actually had a chance to address this. We could have made the transitions, and maybe we could have staved off the worst of the worst. But now, because you boomers sat on your ass and didn't fix anything, now the change has to be pushed through. And now it's going to be painful because y'all didn't step up. So it's like, it's either that or extinction, which apparently the dollar is more important than extinction for some people. So it's just, completely loss of like humanity or any sense of like legacy. And this is me as a history major talking, because the thought of like future generations reflecting on our actions, it's like, what are they going to say if there's any future generations at all at this point? Because like, there might be people in the future who survive, but it's like, what kind of world is that? Is it going to be like some Mad Max apocalypse? Like, who's going to keep history? Anyway, this is just the again, when I think about me being a writer and stuff like that, it's just like when I want to do like post-apocalyptic stories, it's like, how would people in those situations think back on us and the world that we left behind? Would they hate us? I think they would. But then again, as somebody who's only concerned on their survival, who doesn't know the history of the world, they'll see the ruins of these cities and they'll just think, oh, well, it doesn't matter what they did. They failed, right? Like, their immediate concerns are, I need to get food and I need to not die, Anyway, that's just getting off topic. But, talking at least, just other climate effects in the world. There have been reports of, again, because like these climate changes that are occurring are going to create extreme weather events. So places like China have also experienced weather events like flooding. So flooding has greatly affected the nation. And the thing about China is like when it floods, it's like on a different scale. The Yellow River, like that has literally like killed millions of people when it floods. So yeah, like the flooding footage that I've seen out of China was like on a different scale. And then also just the effects that's going to have on the global market, particularly as CNBC is reporting here on rice, because China is a big exporter on rice. But again, when these weather events happen, it directly affects agriculture, and then that's going to affect food prices. So they're saying here global rice prices could surge higher as a result of these floods. So from CNBC, global rice markets could come under further strain as the world's leading rice producer, China, grapples with heavy rains and flood risks. Quote, heavy rain in China's grain-producing northeastern region that will reduce... Quote, heavy rains in China's grain-producing northeastern region that will reduce yields is likely to put upward pressure on already high global rice prices, Fitch Ratings said in a recent report. China is the world's largest producer of rice, and flood alert levels were raised for 3 provinces that account for 23% of the country's rice output: Inner Mongolia, Jilin, and Heilongjiang, the report pointed out. The world's second largest economy has been inundated by devastating floods in recent weeks. Typhoon Doksuri was one of the worst storms to hit northern China in years. The capital, Beijing, was battered by the heaviest rainfall in 140 years. And again, flooding in China is nothing to scoff at. So, if they're saying that this is like record rainfall and flooding, it's bad. So Fitch pointed out that many key grain production areas in those 3 provinces were affected by heavy rains and remnants of Typhoon Doksuri that were set to face another deluge as Typhoon Kanun moves north. So there's been a lot of activity with storms in the Pacific. And there's also been flooding in places like Japan and such. So the resulting soaked grain fields will reduce crop yields in the year, the Fitch report stated, although the full extent of the damage is not yet clear. Quote, this will lift China's domestic grain prices and likely drive higher imports in 2023 to partially offset the potential yield loss, the credit ratings firm said, adding the country may need to look to import more rice if its own harvest falls short, and that could drive global prices even higher. Global rice prices have soared to their highest in close to 12 years, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization All Rice Price Index. Other market watchers are estimating higher rice prices. Say that 3 times. Rice price. So other market watchers are estimating higher rice prices after India banned non-basmati white rice exports last month, and Thailand urged farmers to plant less rice in a bid to save water as a result of low rainfall. India, which accounts for more than 40% of global rice trade, banned exports of non-basmati white rice on July 20th as the government looked to tackle soaring domestic food prices. So it's just crazy. Again, because rice is like one of the cheapest grains that you can produce, and the fact that this is getting higher, record high prices, just shows just how compromised global food production is. So here they're saying the rice prices are hovering at decade highs, with rough rice futures last trading at 15.98 per hundredweight. So it's crazy to think about how rice right now is. I've been lucky because I go to the food pantry, so I get my rice from there. It's not the best rice, but rice is rice, right? So I haven't really had to spend too much money on rice, but yeah, man, it's that's bad. If rice is getting expensive, that just shows how compromised the global food market is. And again, this is just a direct result of climate change, and this is not the only thing that climate change is going to affect, because it's again, as I highlighted earlier, the economy is greatly going to be affected by climate change. What the fuck do you think is going to happen if the soil is poisoned and all the livestock have died off and it's too hot to grow crops? What do you think is going to happen to the economy if we can't have enough food? If people can't eat, the economy is going to collapse. What the fuck? Man, it's just... So these fucking business-oriented people, they want to act smart because, I made $1 billion. But it's you really don't care if working people, regular people die. That's your whole business model, is just to kill the poor. That's literally it. They don't care. They're gonna get every last cent that they can until this shit goes sideways. And then they're just gonna deploy their security and militia people, because these fucking billionaires, they got their own armies. They certainly do. They got their bunkers set up. They've already bought their land for their own private food production. It's gonna get fucking medieval. When this shit goes sideways, I don't even know how to describe it. But they don't care. But again, these plans that they have, these contingency plans, they're not going to last that much longer either. So it's just like, yeah, man, it's self-destructive. But anyway, at least here, and this is the last story that I'm going to highlight on, because I was talking about flooding, but also wanted to highlight on fires. I talked about Maui and other fire risks in my local area, but in Canada at the moment, Canada is also dealing with major fires. Those smoke, the smoke pollution that affected cities like New York, and still the fires haven't gone away. Like, it's still very much burning. Canada has a lot of untouched wilderness. So the fact that this is all just like this fire is just burning unstopped, it's just like, yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about. But let me look real quick at like Canada. Like, I'm just looking at the radar. Oh my God, it's just like the whole country's on fire. It's crazy. Unbelievable. And it's just like the amount of like carbon that's being released from that, and the smoke and soot. It's just crazy to think about. Like, yeah. Anyway, so here I'm just reading from Washington Post, at least their report on the fires, because they're talking about the square mileage that has been burnt, and they're saying that the area that they've burnt is roughly the equivalent of the surface area of Alabama. So, yeah, man, like it's burning like millions of acres. So here from Washington Post, wildfires continue to rage in Canada, burning twice as much land as any previous season, an area equivalent to Alabama or 9 Connecticuts. They always have to have some American measurement. But yeah, here the blazes have charred nearly 33 million acres, 13.3 million hectares across the country, with hundreds of large fires still burning. The situation is not improving. Fires from coast to coast have stretched firefighting forces thin, requiring help from the Canadian military. Several massive conflagrations in the Northwest Territories have imperiled a number of towns and forced evacuations, while scorching homes and threatening the capital of Yellowknife. Yeah, I think they even had to evacuate the city. Like, that's crazy. Canada's National Wildfire Preparedness Scale, which measures the need for firefighting resources, have been stuck at level 5 of 5 since May 11th, shortly after the first barrage of blaze erupted. Over the past 3 months, it has become a fight akin to a whack-a-mole. As soon as one major fire is knocked out, another appears in a different location. Record-challenging heat, intensified by human-caused climate change, has combined the long-term drought to fuel the fire. Yeah, the fires have consumed so much land that it's hard to comprehend, but here are some comparisons that help to put the vastness into perspective. And there's some points, at least from measurements. So here, it is more than 3 times the area burned during the worst fire season in modern records in the U.S. In 2015, 10.4 million U.S. acres, or 4.1 million hectares were lost. The size of its destruction is approaching the entire area burned during the 5 seasons of 2018 to 2022 in the United States. So 3.8 million acres, or 15.5 million hectares. Which included several major wildfire years. So, as they're saying, so the acreage of fire burns in the United States over the course of 4 years or 5 years or so in the U.S. is basically like being matched in one fire season for Canada. Again, though, Canada has like a larger like arboreal like forest and such. Again, it's a very like wild area in these regions, and that's probably why a lot of the firefighters were being stretched thin, because it's just like, how do you can't get all these fires, so you just focus on like the major civilian areas. I think also their mentality is just let it burn, so at least the fuel gets used up, so that way for future fires it doesn't become a problem. But again, that's like, again, like the carbon that's being released from this, like, oh man, this is just like that's why climate change becomes exponential. It creates these forest fires, which releases carbon, and then it increases even more. So it's scary. Here, of U.S. states, Alabama is closest in size to the area burned in Canada. New York is the state most recently surpassed. The burned area could approach the size of North Carolina. The area is roughly equal to most of New England, or 9.2 Connecticut's. Okay, this is a weird measurement. They're like, it's a little more than 838 Washington, D.C.s. I'm like, bro, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay. It's like, oh, it's a million bananas or some other measurement scale. But yeah, they're talking about the fire response and evacuation orders. Yeah. Let me see what else here. Okay, they're talking about the smoke here. So the smoke could cause problems with the particles and such, and the carbon release and air pollution concerns. Like, I think even some of that smoke kind of is getting to the U.S. or to my area in Texas, because like it's bad. I mean, let me see real quick on this, because like the air quality as I'm seeing here in Texas, they're saying moderate air quality, and it's like, I don't know if there's any fires in Texas at the moment that would cause. So it's like it has to be from this Canada, fire season. The smoke from that. I mean, I remember at least when California was having their really bad fire seasons, that there was like I could look over in the west, whenever the sun was setting, that it was literally like the sun was blood red. Like that's how much smoke was being released. And I'm in Texas, so it's like, yeah, it's. I mean, you think it's far away, but it's actually like really affecting you. So here, at least, talking about the smoke that they're reporting on. So here, the fires have generated enormous amounts of smoke, some of which have poured into the lower 48 states at times. On Wednesday, unhealthy to hazardous air quality is mainly concentrated in fires in Western Canada, as well as parts of Ontario and Quebec. Several of the fires in Quebec have flared up again recently after being knocked back by cooler and wetter weather. The new activity has sent some smoke as far southward as Detroit and Buffalo, with the main effects staying north of the international border. Other patches of wildfire smoke hovered over the upper Great Lakes, parts of the Pacific Northwest and Northern Rockies into the northern plains. In the northwestern states, significant wildfire smoke was also coming from large fires in Oregon and Washington State and Northern California. Near Bend, Oregon, air quality was very unhealthy to hazardous early Wednesday because of a nearby blaze, with the smoke forecast to linger into Thursday. Connected to the Canadian fires, smoke near and east of the Great Lakes region should lift northward as a low-pressure area passes the region through Friday. After that, however, winds pointed from Canada southward should open the door for more smoke to return. So they're just highlighting that. Yeah, the smoke and the effects of that, because that could create some health problems down the line. I mean, again, they're saying that like some of the smoke effects is like it's like smoking like packs of cigarettes in a day. Like it's bad. Like, yeah. So that's what we're dealing with the weather in our summers and the drought conditions, and I just hope we don't get a fire. I'm praying, because again, they're saying there might be a hurricane in the Gulf that could form in like the next couple of weeks. I hope so, because we need rain badly. Not to say that I want like a Category 5 storm to hit us, but I just need we need the rain. We need it badly. But then watch, when it rains, it's gonna rain like crazy, and then after a certain point, it's like, okay, go away, rain. I don't know, man. Yeah, this is a bad drought that we're dealing with. I mean, this grass that I look at it is crunchy. It is dry. And like the soil is like, it's pretty much like sand. Like that's how like dry the soil is. Like it's bad. And that's the messed up thing too about like droughts and like dried up soil. It is harder for the soil to absorb water. So like the more dry it gets, the more possibility of flooding, because like it's not getting absorbed. It's just literally just sliding and pulling up wherever, because it can't be absorbed. Yeah, I don't know, man. Again, something to keep an eye out for future storms, and at least in the next couple of weeks. Just hoping that there's no fire, because we're in some deep fire conditions, and at least just having some sort of like a plan in place in case there's an emergency. If I have to like make a run for it, get my cat, get my computer. Yeah, just hope for the best. But hey, that's just the preparedness, the prepper inside of me. It's like I have to prepare for a storm, like a fire storm, but then also if there's a hurricane, like I have my supplies and the water in place. It's just, there's so many things you have to think about, and like most people don't think about these things. This is why some people think I'm weird, because it's like, oh, you're always worried. It's like, why not? Why shouldn't I? I've lived through multiple natural disasters, and I can't afford to be caught off guard. Like, I just can't. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not going to be that guy. Like, I don't want to be like the rest of these people here who, whenever there's a hurricane, they go to the gas, they all flood the grocery stores, and there's a panic. It's like, just have some basic preparedness in place. And then if there's a crisis, at the least I have, my bases covered. Like I said, with the water. I usually try to get as much water as I can. And then, maybe in the next week or so, there could be a hurricane in the Gulf. And at the least, all I have to really fill up is like 10 gallons instead of like 20 or 30 gallons, So that's just me, It's probably why it's hard for me to date, because like, who wants to date a chronically depressed doomer, right? I don't know. Anyway, this was a long episode. I actually had to like split the recordings because like I recorded yesterday and it was getting late. It was already like 2.5 hours. So, and then also I'm going to have to edit this down. But at least I wanted to get something out because I will have my classes starting up next week. And it's probably a good thing that it's a long episode because like I'm going to try my best, do my best to be consistent at least every other week or so, every month at least, to get a recording out. This is my last semester, so I really have to focus on this. And I don't know, man. It's just like, a lot of ways I'm hanging on by a thread. It's just like, there's one little thing can go wrong and everything just derails. And it's just like, and again, this is not just me. Like, a lot of people in this situation, man, things are not okay for working people, regular people like myself. Anyway, not to get off topic there, but yeah, I do appreciate y'all listening and hanging in for this episode with a lot of my ranting and raving. Do appreciate y'all, and I hope you're hanging in there. I'll try my best to get a recording out as soon as I can. And the next episode, because this is episode 49, next episode will be episode 50. So I don't know, I don't really have anything special, but it's still like just nice to have that milestone. After all these years, it's been a couple years, but we'll see about getting it to 100, right? Who knows? But yeah, I appreciate y'all tuning in. Hope y'all staying safe, hanging in there. We got a long ride ahead of us. It's hot out here, so definitely stay hydrated and get AC when you can. Yeah, and hopefully there's no fires in your area. Just be safe. Love y'all. And thank you.